Sound check 1 2 3. Sound check 1 2 3.
Good morning, bonjour. Welcome to Planning Committee for November the 14th. We are live, and we do have quorum present. Just a reminder for all electronic devices to be switched to a non-audible function during committee meetings. And so I do have Councillor Cooper, Councillor Kassar, Councillor Taddison, Councillor Beatty, Councillor Crutch, Councillor Maureen Wilson, and then Councillor Matt Francis and Councillor Alex Wilson online. Welcome to Councillor Jackson for joining us today. So let's get this show on a road, on the road. Okay. Clerk Kelsey, are there any addendum items to this agenda?
Yes, Chair Wang, the additions have been noted on the published agenda.
Excellent. Welcome to Councillor McMeekin. Are there any further amendments on this agenda as presented? Seeing none, may I please have a mover and a seconder for this agenda to be approved? Councillor Crutch, Councillor Beatty. And this, do I need this because it's published? Okay, yeah. This is a hand vote. May I have your hand vote, please? Looks like everyone, that carries. Declarations of interest, members of committee. Are there any declarations of interest? Seeing none, let's move on to approval of minutes. This is from October 21. May I have a mover and a seconder to adopt the minutes of October 21, 2025? Councillor Kassar and Councillor Beatty. Councillor Beatty. This is also a hand vote, so may I have your vote? And that looks like everyone, that carries. Thank you. On to delegations. So before we begin our delegations for today, members are reminded that the questions of the delegations are for clarification purposes only and not for debate. And a note to our delegates, you have 5 minutes to complete your delegation. You'll hear a tone after the 4-minute mark, and then you'll have an additional minute to finish up. 6.1 is Amir Shahzad respecting taxi cab inside the city's flat fare and app discounted fares in contravention of the city's bylaw. Is Amir Shahzad online?
I do not see him there, Chair.
Okay. Is Amir Shahzad in the gallery today? Okay. So we're going to skip Amir Shahzad, and then we'll come back to them after 6.2. 6.2 is Brian O'Grislow. Brian, are you here today? Thank you. Brian, come on down. Clerk Kelsey did prep me ahead of time for your last name, and then I just blanked, so. This is Brian O'Grislow, who is speaking on the Comprehensive Neighborhood Plans Review. This is item 9.2.
So through the chair, I just have, it's a little bit more in depth than usual. I'm just requesting a little bit more time than the requested 7 minutes or 5 minutes. So it's about 7 to 8 minutes in length.
So why don't we go 10 minutes and then you can be short.
Sure, I'll take my time.
Okay, so mover and a seconder, I saw Councillor Maureen Wilson and Councillor Crutch. I think this is a electronic vote? Yes. First vote of the day is always slow. Hi, Councillor Pauls is here. Vote's coming up, I think. I see the voting in progress. Always the first vote. Vote is up. Vote carries 11-0. All right, so Mr. Gritzlow, you have 10 minutes. But we just need to pull up your presentation again.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay.
Perfect, thank you.
Anytime you're ready.
Okay. Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Brian O'Grislow. I'm a proud Hamiltonian, resident of Ward 3, where I live and work as an urban planner and policy researcher. I'm here to talk to you about a significant opportunity emerging from the Neighborhood Plans Review. Thank you. So I'm going to So I'm going to touch on 4 key themes, which is modernization, alignment, efficiency, and go into my recommendations. Together, I believe these will demonstrate how transitioning away from neighborhood plans is not just a preferable option, it's necessary to deliver predictable planning outcomes for our city. So with that, I'm going to first talk to modernization and give some of the insight to some of the history and research that I've done on neighborhood plans. So neighborhood plans have, so this is a basic timeline of neighborhood plans. They were first initiated in 1967 through the Undeveloped Planning Area Program. And then they moved into developed areas in 1971. We can see that there's about 29 years of history from 1967 to 1996, where our last neighborhood plan was adopted. However, in the last 29 years since 1996, we've seen substantial changes in our municipal governance and new key city initiatives, but yet these plans have largely been frozen in time. These plans were a fairly progressive idea at the time when they were first developed. They included some select community voices to document local needs and guide local planning decisions. However, that representation was quite limited. The engagement was narrow and never tied to any statutory planning process, which does not represent our current best practice. Since 1996, this gap has widened. The intention was sound, but the tool itself has never evolved, while the city around it has. So why are we reviewing this now? The need to review is more important than ever. Hamilton's not the same as it was between 1967 and 1996. Policy and priority changes have dramatically reshaped how municipalities plan our communities, and these plans simply cannot keep pace. Outdated and biased policies, conflicting land use designations, and mapping do not reflect our actual needs. And it's not just me who feel this way. Staff and local professionals have flagged these plans as being outdated, misaligned, and unhelpful in guiding our development. The message is clear. These plans do no longer support our contemporary planning needs. So this brings us to alignment and why we need to seek out modern tools within our statutory frameworks to help guide us in our planning needs. So when I think of when I say like the statutory framework, obviously we know a lot about the planning hierarchy, but I want us to take a step back and do a little bit of a refresher on municipal governance. A common phrase in planning that municipalities are the creatures of the province, meaning our powers are limited and granted to us by province through legislation. This limits what tools we can use to manage planning effectively here in our city, and it pays dividends to leverage these tools as much as we can that are available under the Planning Act. So there's a bevy of tools that are available at our disposal within this statutory framework, and they provide us with the strongest ability to implement municipal objectives. What I really want to hone in on, though, is secondary plans as our best and stronger alternative to neighborhood plans. As a statutory planning tool, they offer a significant amount of benefits, including a legally binding nature that allows for conformity in planning decisions, meaningful implementation into zoning, integrating key city and local objectives, and providing certainty for all stakeholders, and importantly, a robust public engagement process that can be relied on. Just a way to kind of frame what the differences are, I like to give the analogy of between non-statutory and statutory policy as a security guard versus a police officer. A neighborhood plan is like a security guard. It guides and advises, but has limited enforcement capabilities. think of it like the will of council rather than a mandatory process. A secondary plan is more alike a police officer, offering stronger protections and real authority under governing law. A persistent sticking point is when municipalities treat non-statutory policy as statutory. Doing so creates significant friction for all stakeholders. The Ontario Land Tribunal has consistently reinforced that non-statutory policies are merely informative, and decision-making is given to statutory instruments like secondary plans. Our current official plan makes note of the non-statutory nature of neighborhood plans, but creates confusion by stating developments must conform to these neighborhood plans, despite their lack of alignment. To add confusion, the public has no access to these documents, and engagement is limited with no formal appeal or public participation process. So here's just a quick summary chart of those key differences and how secondary plans are a stronger and more transparent option for localized planning. I want to briefly talk about efficiency in offering cost-conscious customer service. This focuses to focus resources where they actually have real impact. I understand why we're attached to neighborhood plans. They've existed for decades and invested in heavily in them in the beginning. However, this past investment does not justify maintaining a tool that no longer delivers value. This is the sunk cost fallacy, continuing to invest only because we invested before. Real strategic efficiency means shifting effort to tools that can actually implement community priorities, secondary plans. We are going to be starting from scratch with these neighborhood plans, taking staff time, engagement effort, and coordination across departments. But this yields very little value on the outset because the outcomes are not enforceable, nor are they integrated. Redirecting that same effort to the secondary plans produces clear policy alignment, legal enforceability, integration of the key initiatives that we seek to have, and a much stronger community trust. That ROI is substantially higher. Lastly, I'm going to mention my recommendations on how to build a path forward. I've kind of alluded to that through this presentation, but it will help us to build towards a coordinated, transparent, and future-ready planning framework. So I've provided a couple of recommendations under the hierarchy here for you in this slide. But succinctly, I want to recommend to you to choose the right tool for the right time. I recommend that you repeal all these neighborhood plans to bring more certainty into the current planning process, and to direct staff to redirect their efforts to building a toolkit to identify key areas and integrate key city priorities in a secondary planning process. You're going to see later in this meeting just how robust the updating process for secondary and official plan processes are. This means they have success. Why not extend that success citywide in a new secondary planning process? So in closing, I just want to say that neighborhood plans reflected a Hamilton of their time. They had utility then, they don't have utility now. A modern Hamilton needs tools that are statutory, clear, and reliable. This review presents a rare opportunity to be ambitious and shift towards a more transparent, predictable, and future-ready framework, and secondary plans offer just that.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Speakers list is open. I have Councillor Maureen Wilson, followed by Councillor Kretsch, and then Councillor Beattie. Councillor Maureen Wilson first, please.
Thank you very much. I guess a comment before a question. I just wanted to thank you. That was an excellent presentation, and it looked like you put a lot of time and effort in it, and I really liked the charts. I'm a real chart person, so I appreciate that very much. I thought I heard you say that you used the word bias when in your delegation, and I wanted to make sure I understood what you meant by that in relation to the land use planning practice in this case. Thank you.
So in this case, I did extensive research on some of the origins of neighborhood plans. Developed in 1967 for undeveloped areas and 1971 for the developed areas. It comprised a limited engagement process that included a survey to local stakeholders, but it also only included a citizens committee of select 12 individuals. So one of those individuals was a religious minister. There was a teacher, 2 businessmen, and the rest making up hand-picked individuals in that committee. So they were developed in a time where we had very limited engagement and only really reflected those particularized views of that stakeholder group. Further, these plans don't reflect any of our modern day official planning and key city priorities. So when we look at these maps, there's designations that are founded in official plans from the 70s and 80s. Things like singles and doubles, medium density apartment, et cetera. And we can't reasonably actually look at these without understanding the baseline for those policies. It's really difficult for us to investigate as residents, as planners, as professionals, what the intention of these policies were without the actual policies that accompany them. It was a very difficult process to even retrieve these documents. It took me 9 business days to receive them from planning. And when I did receive them, they were predominantly just maps. So I have no ability to really understand what the values of the time and what the values they're seeking in those documents. So when I speak to bias, it really comes down to the initial engagement process and the lack of updates that don't happen.
Thank you for that detail. I really appreciate it.
Up now is Councillor Crutch, followed by Beatty, and then Kassar. Councillor Crutch, please.
Thanks. I'm glad you got to actually see the plans. I've never seen all of them, so having a description is useful. And even if you could track them down by some means on the internet, there's not a really accessible place to find any of these things, as you mentioned. My question for you is about local governance. And so what we find too happening right in municipalities is the province more and more stepping into places, demanding on high and mandating on high, and really a lack of local decision making overall. On the face of it, right, the idea of a neighborhood plan sounds, I think, like a nice thing. And if you look at some of the neighborhood plans that neighborhood associations themselves come up with, some of them are pretty inspiring and wonderful and beautiful things to look at. Is it the nature of these plans that's the problem? I don't think you're saying that local decision making is bad, but I think you're saying it's the nature of the plans as they exist and the plan to improve them going forward that doesn't really meet up. And so I wanted to give you a chance to speak to that.
Yeah, I wanted to make it clear that neighborhood plans definitely have a place, but when we're talking about actually meaningfully engaging local governance and local residents, leveraging the tools that actually have statutory power and making sure that we can actually guide that land use is really important. So the problem with neighborhood plans really at its face is that it ends at the policy document. There's no enforceability. You can put in this plan that you want every house painted pink, but at the end of the day, through the planning process, there's no requirement to actually follow that. This is a much more substantial choice in secondary planning process to allow the values of the community to actually happen. Putting investment in a tool that basically ends at just the will of council is, frankly, a little bit irresponsible.
Thanks. My second and last question is about 1971. And so 1971 is a very significant date for neighborhood plans for those who know Hamilton's history. In 1972, the Durand Neighborhood Association formed, being one of the first organizations of its kind across the country. And a lot of it came out of this process and deliberations around the idea of a neighborhood. Idea of, at that time, what was happening through urban renewal, where most of big sections of the neighborhood had been raised in order to build density here, which we needed, right? Absolutely. And part of the neighborhood plan process was a way to preserve heritage. Since then, of course, heritage laws have changed wildly. District laws, conservation, registration are all different. Do you think that we have laws in heritage spaces as well to address these kinds of concerns and issues? Because I think part of the impetus for some of these plans, especially in the lower city, revolved around the desire to ensure that neighborhoods remained in some way intact, and in some spaces and places where we had excellent or exceptional heritage features in our city, we didn't totally eradicate those. So I wonder if you could speak to that briefly.
Yeah, I definitely see the value of identifying heritage districts and heritage assets within our city, within these localized plans. And I have worked with the Durand Neighborhood Association in the past as a board member when I lived in that area. So I definitely see the importance. I see the value of that community stakeholdership and the kind of the drive towards integrating those values into localized planning. If I was to talk back, saying today, this marks a new chapter where we can actually really identify and integrate within a coordinated, integrated framework the heritage aspects within a secondary plan process. So, for example, in Durand, we could have a secondary plan for that area that doesn't rely on a 200-acre block between two streets. We can actually identify key areas and actually really meaningfully make change within specified geographies and protect the assets that we want to protect and make meaningful change where we want to have meaningful change.
Thanks. Those are my questions.
Councillor Beatty, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Thank you, Brian. If I had sat through your presentation 3 years ago, I'd be completely lost, I will admit that. But I've learned a lot about these planning tools and applications from sitting around this chamber, particularly as it comes to secondary plans. So I've got a very large secondary plan in the community that I represent, the Fridley-Winona area. Back during the creation of it, and we spoke about the local engagement piece, the input at a grassroots level, there was a community liaison committee that was struck about 10 years ago to help with the formation of the secondary plan. But it never fully materialized into kind of the wants, pardon me, the wants and needs and aspirations of the community. And some members of that original CLC were left a little dissatisfied. And I'm just wondering if you have a comment about the level of input or the trade-offs between some of the important planning instruments that have to be baked into the secondary plan versus some of those aspirational goals from a localized community input level.
Sure. So I think from a planning standpoint, we always have to strike a balance between, key city priorities and local needs. And these instruments do often try to provide that balance. So there's never going to be a 100% satisfaction rate on either side. So there's always that balance that comes into play. You said that this was a 10-year-old secondary plan?
Closer to 15, but yeah, 10, let's say 10.
Okay, so when I think of that today and the value that, working within our planning framework has, the ability to update and re-engage on secondary planning processes is substantial. So we have a lot of talented people in our community engagement team here in the planning department. We can come up with new tools to gather more of that input and come up with a greater consensus of your demographics and your constituents to actually meaningfully integrate more of those values and also hear more of those voices. And I think that's one of the beauty of having a tool that gets updated and can be updated and is not stuck in time. So that would be my answer for you.
Sorry, and just to kind of clarify that, I think what you suggested is that it's an open living document. It's something that we can go back to the well, as it were, and perhaps seek renewed community input and make some potential changes to better reflect the current composition of the community. Is that more or less?
Yes, absolutely. It's one of those things. It allows us to be living, breathing, and guiding our city meaningfully as we grow and as we change, and to continue to update those documents so they reflect today's Hamilton, not the past.
Okay. Along that same lines, I have another area in the community. It's a mature community, limited growth opportunity. It almost had a a neighborhood plan adopted in kind of the sunsetting days of the former municipality of Stoney Creek. It never actually reached that status. But then as a result, over the next 30 years, there have been, I would classify it as hodgepodge developments taking place in this particular defined community, with no formal guidance. And so we're kind of at a stage where there's limited opportunity going forward for continued renewal or growth because most of it's already been baked in. But there's been some conversation from the community as to a secondary plan for the area that would offer albeit maybe limited, but future guidance for any redevelopment to take place in that area. I'm wondering about your opinion on situations like that where you have communities with, I'll say, a limited growth potential or limited change potential. A lot of it's already happened, it's already taken place, but is it still worthwhile to perhaps come back and apply a secondary plan instrument at this stage?
So to your question, I think it is valuable. Secondary plans can reach all scales. In the situation that you're describing, you can actually manage growth more effectively at a much more fine-grained and local level. So we can actually look at that from a contextual standpoint. So we can look at the land use, we can look at the housing typologies, what we can see as meaningful growth in that area, what if there's heritage assets if they need to stay, et cetera, et cetera. So it allows for a more fine-grained approach to land use planning, whereas if we look at our official plan map, it's just a large swath of color for the most part. When we zoom into a localized area like the one you're talking about, we can actually say at a parcel level, okay, for this block or these 6 parcels, we want to see this type of meaningful growth.
Thank you, Councillor.
Excellent, thank you. I'm giving a thumbs up over to the bench over there.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Councillor. Up now is Councillor Kassar, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and through you, excellent presentation, Brian, really informative and well done. Just one question, and I apologize if it's an unfair question, but do you have any knowledge or perspective on any other municipalities' use of neighborhood plans and how that may be similar or different to Hamilton?
So I did a little bit of research to kind of understand the history of neighborhood plans across the province as well. There was use in other municipalities. Most municipalities have largely moved away from a neighborhood planning process or a community plan process. That's distinct from the community planning permit process. The city of Ottawa, for example, did use a similar type of development tool in greenfield areas. Largely what they would do is it's similar to what we did in 1967 for the neighborhood development for undeveloped areas. They would work with developers and seeking to develop that area and coming up with a plan for that neighborhood. But one of the key differences there is what they've been doing is they'll do that and then they'll integrate that into a secondary plan at the outset so that the community voices will actually be set into a statutory planning framework, which is a key difference in how we approach it here.
Yeah, thank you very much. Your delegation's been really informative. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing as there are no other speakers, thank you very much, Brian, for your delegation today.
Thank you.
I'm going back to 6.1, which is Amir Shahzad for respecting the taxi cab inside city flat fare. Is Amir Shahzad here? Is Amir Shahzad online? And I'm going to ask one more time, is Amir Shahzad here within council chambers? Okay. So we do not have 6.1, so we'll move on. May I have a mover and a seconder to receive the delegations, please? Councillor McMeekin and Councillor Cooper. This is a hand vote. May I have your vote, please? Looks like everyone, so that carries. We're moving on to 7.1, which is items for consideration. This is PED 25245, active official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, and plan of subdivision applications. This is a standard report we get. So if there's any questions right now, but I'm going to ask for a mover and a seconder to receive this present. Councillor Kretsch and Councillor Kassar, discussions on item 7.1? Seeing none, this is a hand vote, so may I have your vote, please? Votes. Looks like everyone. Councillor McMeekin, are you? 7.1 for receiving it. Yes. All right, so that is everyone. I'll continue on. Did I lose 7.2? Deferred, that's right, yes. We are now on to public hearings. The public has been advised on how to pre-register to be delegate at public meetings on today's agenda. If there's a person or public body that would otherwise have an ability to appeal the decision of Council, City of Hamilton to the Ontario Land Tribunal, but the person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the City of Hamilton before the bylaw is passed, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision. If a person or a public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting, or make written submissions to the City of Hamilton before the bylaw is passed, the person or public body may not be added as a party to the hearing of an appeal before the Ontario Land Tribunal unless, in the opinion of the tribunal, there is reasonable grounds to do so. First up is 8.1. This is PED 25193, application for a draft plan of subdivision for lands located at 700 Garner Road East in Ward 12. So this is from July 29th. So we do have, first up, we'll have the staff presentation followed by the agent, and then we'll go on to public hearings, public delegations. So we do have Yumna here. Oh, nope, Jennifer Caterino is here. Would committee like to get an update from Jen Caterino? Okay, we're going to Jen first. Hi, Jen.
Good morning. So through the chair, staff anticipated a verbal update on this application, so I'll give a brief update, and then we are available for questions as the committee sees fit. So since the last public meeting on this application, staff and the applicant have been able to reach a consensus on the remaining conditions and issues that were identified at the previous planning committee. They have been included in the package today in the revised Appendix C to the report, so that you'll notice that there are new conditions, 87 through 112, that speak to the changes. So some of that at a high level. There were some language modifications to the development engineering conditions to address the concerns related to stormwater management and maintenance, as well as the pre-grading on the future school site. So those have been included in the conditions. Additionally, there were some minor tweaks to the conditions regarding the transportation matter. This includes the intersection to Street B and Gardner Road East to align with the Redeemer University entrance future when it's relocated. The major differences are related to the wetland that is currently located in Block 5. So through the additional information that was provided by the applicants, staff relied on that heavily. We reviewed that, and we've crafted some conditions to address the natural heritage system and the future wetland in the subdivision. So through those conditions, the owner will be required to provide a revised EIS addendum, which is specific to the relocation of the wetland. Through that, they'll also have to prepare a wetland design plan that includes a minimum relocation ratio of 2:1, a phasing plan for that construction and implementation of the wetland. They'll also have to provide securities to ensure that the wetland is created correctly. And there will be a monitoring plan put in place for 5 years up to 10 years. So that's a very quick update on the file. But again, like I said, available for questions as necessary.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Jennifer, for your verbal update. Appendix C revised is pretty substantial. Speakers list is open for questions to Jennifer Caterino, please. Councilor Kassar, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Jen. As I think the public is aware, and those who've been following, this has been deferred a couple times. And the public correspondence that we have on the agenda would have been for the September 9th meeting and the documents that were publicly available at that point. And several of them reference support for condition 86, which is maintaining the wetland. And as Jen just explained, that's not the case right now, and that's not what's recommended. So I wonder through you, Chair, if Jennifer could just explain in more detail, the decision-making process, how we got from that where we were before to what's recommended here today, just so the public understands, because there are letters, like I said, who had read a different set of conditions.
Through the chair, and thank you to the councillor for the question. Through the amended information that was provided by the applicant, we did receive more information regarding the existing wetland and its status, so to speak. So some of the points that were raised and relied on by us were just about the quality of that wetland and what it provides to the local area. So based on the information provided and our review, the wetland was not considered a sensitive community. it appears to be a byproduct of the agricultural use that's there. So there is some historical thinking that this could have potentially been an irrigation pond or there to address runoff from the agricultural fields. There was no evidence that there was any groundwater input into this wetland, so that it is not necessarily connected to the larger system. And there was no, again, identified by their EIS, no important hydrological function to the area and the watershed at a greater, for a greater impact. And again, according to the work that has been done to date, there was no significant evidence of amphibian breeding habitat located in the wetland. So based on this rationale at the beginning, like from now, staff are in a position to support the relocation of the wetlands subject to the conditions that we've identified and the work that will be required to do that.
Thank you. Any other speakers on the staff presentation, please? Okay, seeing none, let's, I need a mover and a seconder to receive this presentation, please. Councillor Kassar, and I'll second. This is a hand vote, so may I have your hand vote, please? And looks like everyone, so that carries. Next up is, we do have Jerry Chisler from MHBC Planning, who is here. So Jerry, come on down. And Jerry, do you have a presentation? I think you do, right? Oh, give us a sec, yeah. You do have a brief presentation, and we're just getting, that's.
I was just going to say, I'm in the hands of the committee on the presentation. I think Jennifer described the changes very well, and the presentation is the same one from July.
Okay.
Happy to give it, or?
All right, so just before that, are you in support of the staff report?
Yes, we are.
Okay, so mover and a seconder to receive this delegation from the agent, Councillor Kretsch and Councillor Beatty. I'm also going to say, are there any questions of the agent right now? Councillor Cooper and Councillor Kassar. I'll go to Councillor Kassar first. No, okay, Councillor Kassar, please.
Thanks very much, Chair. Yeah, I just had one question. It was on one of the conditions around a wildlife corridor. I know there was some discussion around what's written in there as to do an assessment to see if it's necessary versus the request to just make sure that it happens and make it a requirement. Based on those who live nearby, there certainly is a lot of wildlife, and just wanted to get your comment on why there wasn't an acceptance to commit to creating the wildlife corridor. Through you, Chair.
Thank you, through the chair. So we do have the condition that was identified for the study of the passage, as you identified. That was something that was identified through the environmental impact statement prepared by our team, that this potential might be needed. Right now, additional study is required to determine whether it is indeed needed, and if it is, it will certainly be implemented. This additional study will be done to the satisfaction of staff, so it's going to go through the proper approval framework to ensure that it's done accordingly, and if it says it's needed, and it'll be designed to accommodate the appropriate type of wildlife that would be utilizing that passage.
Okay, thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper, please.
Through you, Chair, I would be interested in the presentation because, as you know, I wasn't here in July. So if you could accommodate me, I appreciate it.
Thank you for that. Councillor Cooper, so it looks like we are going to need your presentation, Jerry. So Dami's going to help you get that set up. Anytime you're ready.
Okay, great. So the property we're talking about today is 700 Garner Road, located in Ancaster. It's a property that's about 21 hectares in area. Actually, let me flip the slide here. There we go. 21 hectares in area with two separate frontages along Garner Road, about 100 meters and 121 meters. It's broken up by, oh, this is skipped ahead. There we go. It's broken up by 4 residential properties, kind of in the middle of the property there. And it also has frontage along Smith Road, which is an unopened road allowance along the westerly side of the property. There's also a large hydro corridor at the very south end of the property, and then a hydro easement that bisects the property kind of diagonally. And you'll notice there's a large chunk of the property that's kind of appears to be cut out at the southeast corner. These lands were originally part of the subdivision when we submitted the application. Over the course of the review process, the lands were acquired by the city for a potential French school board school. So it's about 5.5 hectares in area. The site is identified as an employment area in the city's urban structure, and it's designated institutional in the Airport Employment Growth District Secondary Plan. So it permits a variety of institutional uses and related uses like retirement homes, long-term care, medical clinic, places of worship. It's also subject to site-specific policy Area D, which restricts residential uses to largely ancillary residential uses to institutional uses, so things like student residences, for example. The zoning is I3, major institutional, with special exception 27, which effectively implements the site-specific policy area in the institutional designation of the secondary plan. The site is also subject to a holding provision, H37, and this is this holding provision is applicable to most sites within the AEGD. It requires that municipal servicing and transportation infrastructure be in place prior to development taking place. And the subdivision itself, that's the only application before the committee today. It does not require any amendments to the official plan or zoning bylaw. And so the design of the subdivision introduces 2 new streets that are identified in the AEGD secondary plan. These are streets A and B as shown on the plan here. The plan also includes a stormwater management pond, a drainage corridor, and a land dedication for Smith Road to bring up that road allowance to the required width. This is all tied together with 4 large development blocks with approximately 15 hectares of developable area. There are currently no prospective tenants for these blocks, so they are left as large blocks that can then be subdivided in the future once tenants are known and their land requirements are known as well. And that's really the end of the presentation, so happy to take any more questions on that.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper? Yeah, okay. All right. We did already have a mover and a seconder. This is a hand vote, so may I have your hand vote to receive the presentation from the agent, please? Looks like everyone, so that carries. So we are on to public délégation. So merci d'être ici aujourd'hui. Je rappelle aux délégués qu'ils ont 5 minutes pour parler. Vous entendrez un ding at 4 minutes et aurez 1 minute de plus pour témoigner. So please note that any delegates who have spoken on this matter before must limit their comments today to new information. And they're not to repeat previous comments, but we do have 3 registered delegates. Up first is Joanne Bouchard, who is a pre-recorded presentation, please. We're just getting that set up.
Language as it is to my 3 children.
We're gonna, yep, perfect.
Dear Mayor, Speaker, City Councilors, and public, my name is Joanne Bouchard. I am Franco-Ontarienne thanks to my parents' conviction and proud French heritage. Born and raised in Hamilton, French is my first language as it is to my 3 children. I have been actively advocating for a French high school since 2013 when my youngest son was in grade 8. He has long since graduated primary school, high school, college, and has been in the workforce for the past 6 years. It has been a long 12 years. As you are well aware, after hearing the many frustrated francophones and francophiles Hamiltonians during the July 29, 2025 City of Hamilton Planning Committee meeting, we have encountered our share of delays. I hope the city will therefore remember the high importance in approving this project with no further delays. I ask that the City of Hamilton, the boards, and the developer move forward together to help the Hamilton and surrounding area French community realize their dream of obtaining the very first new Catholic and public French high school in Hamilton for our students, equivalent to English high schools. Bonne journée. Au revoir.
Thank you, Joanne. Up now is Maria Haroon and Muna Salmi. Come on down to the podium. Go ahead, please.
Distinguished Hamilton City Council members and fellow Hamilton citizens, we are very honored to be here today in order to speak on the construction of the new French High School to be built at 700 Garner Road East in Ancaster. We thank you for allowing us the opportunity to speak to you today, not only to express our desire for a new school, but to make clear the necessity of one for our French-speaking community. My name is Maria Haroon.
And my name is Muna Salmi. We're here in grade 8, and we are here on behalf of all the students from École Secondaire Georges Pévanier. It has been under 2 years since we have been attending Georges Pévanier, but our school has been open and fighting for the right to exist since 1974. The school first opened as Court Park Secondary School and then as Saint-Jean-de-Brébeuf before receiving its current building in 1989.
10 years later, both Georges Pévanier and Académie Catholique Mère Teresa were promised that a new French high school would be built. Many things have happened since then to stall the approval and the construction of our school. The fight for our new school has now gone over 25 years. The Official Languages Act stipulates English and French are the official languages of Canada and have equality of status and equal rights and privileges.
Though many promises and assurances have been made to our community that this project is a priority, we and our Francophone community have not felt this way. Instead, we feel invisible and treated as though we matter less and that in fact we do not receive equal status and equal rights. Because we have been waiting so long for our new school, our current building is falling apart daily. And students from our school are not able to experience the best learning environments and opportunities.
Since our school lacks a lot of resources that other schools have, such as a sports field, a standard-sized gymnasium, an auditorium, a working cafeteria, accessibility, and many other resources, our school population has decreased by around 37% since its inception. Every year, students seek out newer schools in order to have a better school experience with more opportunities. Because of this, our French community is threatened, and our community may not be guaranteed for future generations.
Though we lack many resources, one thing we do not lack is spirit. Our community is strong and united. We stand together today so that you can see us, hear us, and understand that we are more than just names on a page. We're real students who deserve the best possible education and future. We hope that today is an important turning point of this project and that the draft plan of subdivision of lands can be approved.
We are so grateful to Ward Councillor Craig Kassar and Sherry Brown for having taken the time to speak with us last week and answer our questions. They truly made us feel heard and valued. We thank all of you today for taking the time to listen to our struggles as we are members of the Francophone community in Hamilton. We are optimistic that today is a day where our community can shine as brightly as others with the pivotal movement towards the completion of our new French high school.
We hope to leave here today with renewed hope for our future and the future of many French generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Wow.
So c'est très bon. Excellent. Thank you so much for doing your delegation today. Seeing Georges P. Vanier's students here delegating in front of this committee is amazing, and I thank you for doing that. Councillor Kassar, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say how proud and impressed I am with the delegation. As Maria Muna mentioned, I visited Georges P. Vanier last week to speak to the class because each of them and many of their classmates had written letters, each individual letters articulating the challenges with their school and the passion for having a better future and getting a facility that they deserve so they can learn as well and equally as any other student in the province. So I just wanted to say how impressed I am, and you did a fantastic job. I don't have any questions.
Thank you. I also kind of wish you did a little bit of it in French, but that's a next time thing. So, but thank you very much for your delegation today. You're welcome to have a seat.
Thank you.
Up now is Annika Kunert. Annika, come on down to the podium. Demi, can we turn on the microphone, please? Perfect. There we go.
Okay. Hello, Council. Thank you for having me. My name is Annika Kunert, and I am strongly urging you to approve the 700 Gardner Road project so we can get shovels in the ground. At Hammont Youth Summit on October 16th, I had the opportunity to discuss with Francophone students how they feel treated by the city and by municipal amenities. I am sad to report that the city got a failing grade. Students expressed frustration at the state of their school. They expressed wanting to have the same high school experience as an Anglophone, with a safe structure for them to enter every day, but not only for them, but for their teachers and all the school staff. Did you know that Georges P. Vanier has sections where students are forbidden from entering as they are dangerous for their health? They quoted it to me like a Harry Potter. You may not go to the 3rd floor. It is forbidden. That is not a children's story for them. That is their everyday reality. They are exposed to asbestos, mold, and other pathogens. The students also expressed that they felt cheated because they were promised a new school. As the city representative in that room, I had no words for them. As a member of the Francophone community in that room, all I could do was explain the history and that the city had once again suspended the conversation. This happened on October 16th. On September 9th, we were supposed to meet to be rediscussing this issue following our July 29th, but we received a notice that our conversation had been suspended indefinitely with no clear time for a follow-up. Since this suspension, I have been working in the background to advocate for this project. I learned that the suspension was due to issues concerning the development of the wider property. This is deeply frustrating, particularly frustrating as our community never intended to be at 700 Garner Road in the first place. This is a site which we were relegated to once again. On July 29th, the committee mentioned that they were shifting us to 700 Gardner Road because 400 residents of Ward 6 did not want a school in that area. They wanted a green space. I would like to say that Georges P. Vanier has a graduating class of about 100 students per year. Académie Catholique Mère Thérèse has about the same. That means that since 2017, 1,600 students have been robbed of a quality education, and that is simply the graduating class. At this time, I cannot believe that the city and this committee has decided to value the complaint of 400 residents over this systemic issue. At this time, 700 Gardner Road is a loss mitigation strategy for the Francophone community. On Broughton, our community was the sole owner of the property, allowing for a streamlined development process. On 700 Gardner Road, we were put into a scenario to negotiate alongside a developer. We are no longer in a win-win scenario. We are now cauterizing a gaping wound in the charter rights of the Francophone community. I recommend that you strongly consider directing staff to review and evaluate what happened, to take a comprehensive look at what worked, what didn't, and how we got to the point where our charter rights and our freedoms, a protected right, that a minority language educational right was delayed for so long through the bureaucracy of the City of Hamilton. I hope today that you you decide to end this bureaucracy and get us shovels in the ground. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speakers list is open. Questions, comments? Seeing none, thank you so much, Annika, for your delegation today. At this time, are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? We have, I think, 2 people. So can I get you, Sonia, to come down first? And Dami is going to have you fill out the forms. Afterwards. You'll fill out the form afterwards. So for your delegation, can you just also say your name as well?
Sonia Macaluso. Good morning. My name is Sonia Macaluso. I am the president of ACFO Hamilton, as well as a very proud president of Georges P. Vanier's Parent Council, and a graduate of Georges P. Vanier as well. So I know the pain and struggles that we're talking about today. Council members, guests, community members, and representatives of our school board. I am standing here again to defend something so basic, it should really not require a second visit. The constitutional right of Hamilton's Francophone students to have access to a local French language high school. Section 23 of the Charter is not symbolic. It is binding, mandatory, non-negotiable. And yet we are still here, not because the community hesitated, not because the boards failed, but because bureaucracy has outpaced justice. A process so tangled and slow that even full compliance becomes meaningless. Endless loops of just one more review, just one more technical memo, just one more cycle of sign-off. Let's review the documents that were presented, the facts sitting right in front of us today that we're talking about. Applications filed January 2021. Deemed complete February 2021, over 1,650 days of review. And again, a long way from September 9th. Zoning institutional, no amendments needed. Official plans, support it, no amendment needed. Secondary plans, support it, no amendment needed. Provincial planning statement 2024, consistent. Environmental, hydro, airport, stormwater, archaeology concerns, addressed. Public comments, none. Constituent a barrier. All departments' issues have clear mitigation paths. Everything required has been delivered. Everything. Which means the challenge is no longer technical, it is structural. A system where timelines stretch quietly, where reviews pile up faster than they are resolved, and where no single actor is responsible for pulling all of the threads together. And here is the part I wish I didn't really have to say. It is shameful that I had to ask for equity in upholding our basic charter rights. I see the Spectator is here today, and CHCH News was here today. When media avoids minority issues, it's not random, it's systematic. Because I contacted both of them about this story, and yet here I am. Silence becomes complicity. Complicity enables inequity. because delay is never neutral for a minority population. Delay is assimilation. Delay is inequality in slow motion. When a constitutionally protected minority waits this long, 20 years, sorry, 25 years, it's slow movement from a link in the chain that deepens the inequity. But today's message is, it's really, really simple. This isn't about pointing fingers. It's just about fixing the machinery. The current documents show the pathway forward. Because when every box is checked, every study submitted, every review passed, and the students are still left waiting decades, the issue is no longer planning. In conclusion, tell me again, this is not systematic. Tell me again, this is not structural. Tell me again, this isn't exactly what minority rights are eroded. Not through opposition, but through administrative exhaustion. It is power buried deep inside of bureaucracy, and we're done letting bureaucracy outlive our children's rights to equitable education. We waited over 20 years. This is an entire generation of students now old enough to vote. Do the math on that one. So my friends, Goliath has met David, and David is now done waiting. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonia. Speakers, this is open. Seeing none, thank you very much for your delegation. I think a second call out, so come on down.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, councillors. Good morning, staff that have worked hard on this project. I want to introduce myself. Pardon me? I'll state my name. I'm getting it. I want to say thank you first. My name is Joseph Daniel Kostick. My father, Joseph Thomas Kostick, was an alderman in the 1960s with Vic Copps. I'm a result of he and the work of this beautiful country. Being bilingual was a right, and access to it was a privilege for me. I grew up on Blake Street, Main and Sherman, in my dad's ward, and Ryan Paquette, God bless him, said, Joe, don't send the kids to Ukrainian school because they live with your grandparents. They'll learn Ukrainian that way, and I did. It's my second language. So we went to École Notre Dame on Cumberland, and from there graduated, and we were not streamed, but basically we had the opportunity to continue a unique French experience inside of Scott Park. So we were about 30, 40 kids that started in there, and I graduated in 1977. We were a little group in a big school that had representation then. I was fortunate enough to grow up with not only that language, but I picked up another couple. So I speak 5 because of my experience going to Notre Dame, going to Vanier. And I got to tell you, it's confounding to me that it got to this point that we haven't had an edifice that's modern in all this time. And we're talking over almost 50 years now since I started. That being said, I know it's a complicated situation. I've worked in land development. I've worked with the city. I've done lots of work with this city municipally bringing wireless communications, et cetera. I've worked with city lands. I know the process. But it's all the partners. So you've got city lands that were designated for a school. It got sidelined. It got moved around. It got landlocked to a piece that if I was looking for a piece of land, I wouldn't have chosen Garner in a million years. It's ridiculous. You can't do anything to it right now. It's going to take, if everything goes according to Hoyle and according to plan, it's going to be years. There's another set of graduates, maybe 2, that are going to be there before it gets built and they can enjoy the field that's out there. So I have to bring issue with the boards that have handled this file all the way through, that if I were mandated as their representative, which I've done for many big corporations and small, I would have been fired by now if I didn't find a piece of land that worked. And this is something that's fundamental to our beautiful city. We're the most diverse, inclusive, representative of all diaspora in the free world to come and work here and play and raise families. Je comprends pas qu'est-ce qui s'est passé maintenant, à ce moment-ci, attendre une place pour nos élèves. Je suis fier de nos élèves ici. Well said, well spoken. My goodness gracious. But that's who we are. But you look at them, they're not white French Catholic kids that came from Quebec and came from Northern Ontario. They're from all over the world that found a home right here in this beautiful city. So I dare say it's a shared responsibility. City staff, I've reviewed all the plans and everything. They've done a marvelous job. Yamda and her group, I identify the needs in there. But it's like, it was a piece that's for future build. You have a developer that's landlocked just behind, sold us a piece of goods that I can't see developing without an awful lot of work. They don't have tenants for the front end. You got four, homes that are there that will always have issue with what's being built around it. So, all I have to say is, this is the opportunity for us to really get together, make a move in a city that used to be ambitious and inclusive, and do it for our kids, for kids like me that enjoy, I'm going to cry in a minute, the opportunities I've had because I grew up on Blake Street and I went to Notre Dame and I went to Vanier and I graduated the first class, but to see it now makes me cry. So please, let's all get together and work together. Thank you very much. Je vous remercie infiniment. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Questions, comments?
Yep, speakers list is open. Councillor Pauls, please.
Thank you for your passion. I was thinking, I wish I had sent my kids to, a Francophone school, but my grandchildren do French immersion, and I know it's nothing compared to what, the Francophone does. And so I just want to say how important language is, and so you inspired me. My grandchildren speak French, but not at your level probably because of.
And I'm a little Ukrainian, Irish, Scottish kid from Hamilton that just happens to be a Francophone, a very proud Frank. So I'm about as Canadian as you can get without having native blood.
But I'd say the second best was French immersion for us. So my kids went to French immersion. Not my kids, my grandkids. And they do well, and one is in university now. So it's great. So thank you for that passion and for that.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Joe, for your delegation.
Thank you.
I think we need you to fill out a form, though. Sal will come and find you. All right. At this time, are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? Are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? And for a third time, are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? Seeing none, may I have a mover and a seconder that one, that the public submissions, there are 15 of them, were received and considered by committee, and two, that this public meeting be closed. Councillor Cassar and Councillor Pauls. This is an e-scribed vote, so may I have your vote electronically, please?
It is coming. We are having some technical issues and a slight delay with eScribe, but it is now coming.
Vote set. Okay. Is not here. Councillor Tadison's not here yet. Vote carries. So let's move on to actually talking about the report. So may I please have a mover and a seconder to put the report on the floor, please? Councillor Cassar and Councillor Cooper. Speakers list is open, so I'll give it a second. Any speakers on this? Councillor Cassar, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I do have a few things to say. First of all, I'll be supporting the staff recommendation, just get that out front. I've learned a lot about this file over the last few months. Was not familiar with it, being a first-term councillor, and the long history here. It's been a much-delayed milestone, but I think today will be a monumental milestone for the Francophone community. That's what I'm hoping for. Our job as councillors is to consider all stakeholders, so the only part of this that makes it a little bit difficult is the fate of the wetland. It doesn't make this a harmless decision, although it will be a positive decision certainly for the school. So I just wanted to speak about that because we did have many correspondence on that topic of the wetland. As anyone will know, I've been a very outspoken proponent of the importance of wetlands, especially in the light of we've had 75% of our wetlands lost in Southern Ontario, 96% loss in the Ancaster Creek watershed, which is just a little bit west of here. And just wanted to reference a Hamilton Conservation Authority report from 2008. It was the Tiffany Creek Subwatershed Stewardship Action Plan, and this site is part of the Tiffany Creek Subwatershed. At the time, all wetlands located within this subwatershed were designated as provincially significant. And since then, we've lost wetlands, but at the time, we'd already lost almost 74% of the historical wetland cover in this sub-watershed. So I think that's just important to understand, regardless of what the history of this wetland might be. Far too long, the essential nature of wetlands was either unknown or more recently, as we learn more, ignored. But the fact that this topic is more frequently elevated in public discourse is progress. And Hamilton's policies do require protection of wetlands, and I thank staff for their work, both generally and specifically on this file. Provincial policy, however, increasingly does the opposite. And just some examples, the gutting of the Conservation Authorities Act and removing the responsibility for natural heritage from conservation authorities, removing the need to consider the interconnected nature of wetland complexes, and that is smaller wetlands that form a bigger complex and work together, reducing the buffer zone for provincially significant wetlands recently from 120 meters to 30 meters, and slashing the number of wetlands that can receive provincially significant status. Also enabling an appeal body in the OLT that can ignore the very own statement of the provincial government, which states in their provincial planning statement, 4.1 natural heritage, that natural heritage features and areas shall be protected for the long term. Point 2, the diversity and connectivity of natural features in an area and the long-term ecological function and biodiversity of a natural heritage system should be maintained, restored, or where possible, improved, recognizing linkages between and among natural heritage features and areas, surface water features, and groundwater features, which certainly is the case in this situation. But Chair, I get that many people don't understand or care about a wetland, which subtypes are a swamp, a meadow marsh or a marsh, a bog or a fen, and it really doesn't look like much to a layman's eye. I get that. That's why we rely on ecological experts and our Indigenous neighbors that tell us how much biodiversity is important. And in the case of the nearby Coldwater Creek, Ancaster Creek, that's the headwaters of the local subwatershed, how vital they are to downstream ecosystems and how important those ecosystems are, not only to our own health, individually, but also societally, and how they protect us from flooding. And Council has been largely supportive of these truths, but applications like this put us in a difficult position in contrast to the provincial policy and how it's implemented. But our policies as a city and our principles know we need to protect wetlands such as the Smith Road Meadow Marsh. Thank you, Dr. Michael Fallon and others for your letter and giving it a name, because it does have a name. Just a brief excerpt from Dr. Michael Fallon's letter. He lives adjacent to this property. On any given day, the air above the marsh is alive with dragonflies and butterflies. It's a place where predator and prey cross paths, foxes and coyotes stopping for a drink while songbirds call from the trees. Muskrats have at times built their dens here. Ducks and geese have nested in its grasses and raised their young. Birds of all kinds find shelter in the few trees surrounding the pond. Deers, raccoons, possums, and countless other animals rely on its waters for survival. So this is from someone who lives adjacent to the property. I just wanted to highlight, I know I'm running out of time, on what's in the recommendation. It is a compromise. It is a wetland relocation with many conditions and criteria. Our city staff have worked hard with the developer to arrive at conditions 87 to 112 in the appendix to ensure that a wetland remains on these lands, even though it's a new one. Just quickly, condition 87, environmental impacts statement addendum or study to addendum may be subject to a peer review, so it's not just their own report. The wetland recreation ratio is a factor of 2 to 1, so it will be twice as large as it is today. Compensation wetland is to be established and functioning prior to the removal of the existing wetland. There'll be a 10-year monitoring program for the recreated wetland. And the owner shall prepare and implement a transplant policy for any locally or uncommon rare species that will be impacted by the development. There's also confirmation of the need for bat boxes and barn swallow habitat kiosks. And as I had asked the representative for the proponent, there is a study to review a wildlife passage requirement, and hopefully that will come to pass. So as our colleague, Councillor McMeekin says, we need to play with the cards we have been dealt, not the ones we wish we had. We've been dealt a low hand in this case. I personally don't think wetland relocation is a good policy, and there are specific situations where I would not support what is being proposed today. As I mentioned that example earlier, it pains me, but in this case, this is the best we can do specific to this parcel of land, which actually has nothing to do with the school, which I'm very supportive of. So with that said, I'm very happy that French students in the near future and their families will be one step closer to getting a modern school that they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kassar. Up now is Councillor Jackson, and then I'll put myself at the end of the list, please. Okay. All right, so I'll ask Councillor Taddison to take the chair then. So through you, Chair, just a question on what's next. So should we approve this today? This means that the developer can move forward on a whole bunch of different conditions, but what happens next in this series? So I think it just needs to be asked out loud, so then that way the whole community can know what is the next cadence of events. I think I will potentially ask Director Fayback if that's possible.
Good morning, Anita Fayback, Acting Director of Planning and Chief Planner. So in terms of next steps, should council choose to support draft approval, it really goes into the hands of the developer. So there, as we've discussed today, a series of conditions that will need to be addressed. Some are related to initial phases, some would be related to subsequent phases. And so really it would be up to the developer and his team to work towards clearing those conditions. In terms of, I know there's been a lot of conversation about the French School Board site. In terms of that site, there are conditions that are contained within the draft plan approval that relate to things like pre-grading and access, and so that those lands could be developed. All of those requirements would need to be addressed by the developer. And then in terms of the school board, we've been working with them in terms of their next steps, in terms of a site plan application and moving ahead. So those processes could run at the same time.
Thank you. Chair, I just wanted to say thank you to this staff team, because this has been a huge challenge and lift. It has been very stressful for the Francophone community. It has been also a labor of patience and love to get us to this point. And I'm sorry that it's taken us this long to get here, but my hope is that we can continue to also push the developer to fulfill the conditions that are within this, especially as Councillor Kassar had rightly said, this is a compromise. And we had worked really hard in order to enable this to move as quickly as it possibly could. So my hope is that we can continue to rally behind the Francophone community, because just as Maria and Muna said, these are statutory rights. We should have placed a lot more effort and importance on this. This is exactly what we need to do as a city in order to continue to move forward, to start on delivering services in French, having those conversations in a bilingual sense, because at the end of the day, we're pumping out talent that is able to speak French and we're not taking full advantage of them. And so I hope that we can potentially move this forward as quickly as possible. And my hope is that committee and council, we will continue to push on our developer partners, but also other orders of government to ensure that we are moving Hamilton towards a bilingual city. Thank you. I'll take the chair back. Councillor Jackson, please. Sorry, Councillor Cooper? Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I also agree with you. I believe education is transformational, and I've heard the stories today how this has really been lost in the system. So through you, I'd like to request that we have, on a quarterly basis, a report come back to us where we can keep an eye on this so it doesn't continue to get lost in the system, and I'll look to your direction and how we might make that happen.
So I think that at this point, City Council is pretty much done. Once we do this approval, a lot of this will be left at the developer's hands, which I think based on that, it's up to the developer. So I'm not really sure how the city might do that sort of quarterly report back because it's actually in the developer's hands. So I think maybe let's connect offline and we'll figure out how best to do something like that. But if you still have the floor though, Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Chair. When staff was updating us, it sounds like there's still some moving pieces and parts, and I just want to be responsive to what we heard today around the fact that the system has consumed this process for a very long time. And I know what you're saying, that we can leave it to the system, but I just want to find a way with you that we can elevate it out of the system. So
Excellent.
Thank you.
I think that sounds really good. Let's work offline and we'll figure out how best to do that. So I'm a little worried about delaying this vote, but let's do that before council. Let's work on that way. Okay, thank you. Councillor Cretch, please.
Thanks. Really quickly, just wanted to say I support this idea. It's exactly what I'm asking for around Pier 8. The idea is that we want to be able to make sure the public knows what's happening. There's no harm if we have a development partner that we're working with or developer that's doing it, the city checking in with that person and then reporting in public what's happening, right? So that we have some assurances that we know what's going on. Developers aren't required to report in public on these things, especially if it's a private project. Cities are required to report in public. We should do more reporting in public. So I'm happy to work with you offline to support that as a seconder.
Okay. All right, thank you. Any other committee members that'd like to speak on this topic? Seeing none, Councillor Jackson, please.
Thank you, Chair Huang. And I'm just basically going to give a quick speech. I do accept the anger of 3 or 4 of the delegates that spoke today from the Francophonie community. I make no apologies for my representation of my community in Broughton. I have said for several years publicly, this will not be news to anybody, Chair Huang, that this was a very unfortunate situation of 2 great noble causes of the Francophonie community wanting to build a brand new school. And remember now, it started with Mon Avenir, with roughly a 300-student elementary school when they bought Broughton property, the 9.5-acre site. And my own community, through Council of the Day, had put in an equal bid, but according to the Education Act, another school board, Chair Huang, was given the higher seed, and Mon Avenir was awarded the property. By the way, I cannot comment for the first 15 years. Everybody keeps talking about 25 years of frustration. I wasn't even involved in the first 15 years, but fair enough. For the last 11 years, absolutely. And I'm saying again, I just feel I need to repeat again in light of some of the delegates' comments, and absolutely I accept the anger and frustration. And so I just want to say, don't forget now, after Mon Avenir had bought Broughton, they had sued the province of Ontario for funding. No funding was forthcoming, and during the time of the Premier Wynne Liberal government, and then it was decided that the Wynne Liberal government said, okay, we'll give you millions of dollars for building your new school, conditional upon Mon Avenir doing a combined school with Viamonde. How the 2 boards came together, they decided. My opinion was that both would have ideally, would have both ideally wanted to build their own separate secondary school, But to receive the funding, this is all recorded and documented, they came together to do a joint submission. And so with that joint submission, a 300 elementary school that would have fitted on Broughton property, suddenly that property, according to an architect within the school boards, and I had a copy of the letter, said that to build a 600 to 800 student school, secondary school with the combined proposal was too small a site. I worked with the Francophone community to do my very best looking at several sites. I'm sorry for the long, torturous journey. I sincerely am to the Francophone community. But ultimately, in approaching the Silvestri development, 14 acres was acquired, and I want those delegates who spoke today that may have not known Chair Huang, and I appreciate just a bit of more latitude so I'm not losing my train of thought, please, but I'm not here to interrupt your committee either if you have other speakers. I just want to say that the 14 acres and the council of last term paid a heck of a lot more money for it than Mont Avenir had paid for Broughton. So the 14 acres, much greater value, bigger site, so that you could build a bigger school, have a community center, large gymnasium, sports field like many of the Catholic English schools have, like at Bishop Ryan. That was all part of the better opportunity for a much larger site. I'm sorry about the last 3 years, and especially the last 18 months, because on June 4th of last year, your chairwoman, Genevieve Grenier, who I want to recognize, she's been just absolutely wonderful to deal with. She was at a conference in Toronto with the provincial Ford government representatives, and on June 4th of last year, former Education Minister Stephen Lecce signed off on the land swap. I would have thought the very next day we would have had a land swap and the French community would have been able to begin submitting their plans for their new school. And these last 18 months for not only my community, but I understand, of course, for the Francophone community, it's been a maddening time the last 18 months. So here we are now, and I'm sorry again that the original promise from July 29th, when there was a packed chamber here, mostly from representatives, citizens, parents of the Francophone communities, both public and Catholic, that I was hoping staff would have been able to come back on September 9th. Staff needed to do more due diligence, and here we are today on November 14th. Obviously, when this gets to council, if hopefully your committee today approves this staff recommendation to approve the plan of subdivision to get on so that all three parties can win, especially the French community with their brand new school that I believe someday soon will be state of the art, not only in Hamilton, but for the province of Ontario. And my community, the Broughton East community that enjoyed that green public space for 2.5 decades, before it was bought by Mont Avenir, they fundraised for playgrounds and splash pads and basketball courts. They can get on with redeveloping that green space and preserving that green space that they had always enjoyed prior to the last 11 years of purchase and sale. So Chair Huang, if I can just quickly give compliments, please, if you'd allow me. On the city side, I want to thank Acting Chief Planner Anita Fabik. And I want to thank Director Ashraf Hanna, General Manager Arvind Prasad, Chief Corporate Real Estate Officer Ray Kessler, Senior Business Consultant Dave McCulloch, and Manager Reno Del Bello for all their great work in the last few months to expedite as much as possible to get us to this point today. This is a milestone, monumental day. I do want to thank the Chief of Staff in the Mayor's office, Uzma Qureshi, who always kept working with my office and the other partners to move this along, and ultimately Mayor Andrea Horvath, who in the last few months put the oomph and the muscle of her office nudging and moving the staff review along so that it would be here today in 2025. For Mont Avenir, I want to recognize, I believe they're here today, just give a wave. Education Director Nicole Malott. Nicole, thank you for being here. We've met before. Trustee Natalie Dufour-Sagan. Natalie, I think last time you couldn't be here because your sister had a serious accident in the United States and you had to be there, so thank you for being here today. Trustee Dorothy Petit-Pas. Dorothy, is she here today? She couldn't make it. And on the Villamonte, that's on the Mona Veneer side. On the Villamonte side, Director Benoit Fortin, Director Miguel Ladacour, Director Sebastian Fontaine. I've worked with all of them in the last several years to bring this to fruition. And again, huge special recognition and thanks to Chairwoman Genevieve Grenier and long time Mona Veneer trustee in Ward 6, Marcel Levesque as well. And lastly, Paul Silvestri of Silvestri Investments. Originally, we're going to develop their own 60-acre site, and Chair Huang, they were willing to offer up 14 acres for this new school site. And I want to thank Councillor Cassar, who in his short first term here on council, when I brought him into the picture in the last few months to update him, has been very supportive of getting the Francophone school built in his ward. And lastly, I want to thank you, Chair Councillor Huang, and your wonderful staff, specifically Pascal Marchand, for all your help and guidance through the Francophone network that you have and ultimately through your support as well. I'm hoping someday that we can all join together at 2 groundbreaking ceremonies that both communities, Broughton and Francophone, can celebrate. Thanks for the extra time, Chair Huang.
Thank you. So, at this time, seeing as we have no other speakers, we already do have a mover and a seconder. This is an e-scribe vote, please, so may I have your vote electronically? Vote is up. Vote carries 11-0 unanimously. Thank you. Thank you to the Francophone community that's here. We are going to continue moving on. Thank you so much for all your advocacy here. Up now is 8.2. This is PED 25243, official applications for official plan amendments and zoning bylaw amendments for lands located at 175 John Street North. Daniel Barnett is here. If anybody would like to see the presentation, Councillor Kretsch, please.
Happy to move to waive the presentation. This is on a 12-story building with an 18-story building beside it. I think this is something that we don't need a presentation on, but.
Okay, all right. So Councillor Kretsch is willing to move to waive the staff presentation. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Maureen Wilson. This is a hand vote, so may I have your hand vote to waive the staff presentation? Waiving the staff presentation. Okay, that looks like it carries. All right, we do have Matt Johnston here from Urban Solutions Planning. Matt, come on down. So Matt, since you're a pretty tall dude, you can move the podium up or move the microphone up. You don't need to stand so close to the microphone, otherwise it puts and does that. So. Anytime you're ready, Matt.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Matthew Johnston. I wish I could keep going, but I can't. Yeah, that was great to listen to those delegations and a great day for the community. Registered professional planner on behalf of the owner. I'm in full support of the staff report and the structure of the zoning bylaw. Available for any questions. I do have a brief presentation, but I may just leave it at that. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Thank you. And I did also mean to say, I did want to just acknowledge Stephen Erickson of our team for his hard work on the file, and also Daniel, Jennifer. It took a bit to get here today, but it was great working with you, so just want to acknowledge their efforts as well. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Matt. So you had already said at the very front end that you are in support of the staff recommendation. Just wanted to get that very clear.
That's correct. Thank you.
Excellent. So may I have a mover and a seconder to receive the delegation from the agent, please? Councillor Kretsch and Councillor Taddison. Any questions for the agent at all? Seeing none, this is a hand vote, so may I have your hand vote, please? Looks like everyone, so that carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. So at this time, are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting regarding 175 John Street North? Are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? And for a third time, are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? Seeing none, may I have a mover and a seconder that, one, that the public submissions were received and considered by committee, and two, that the public meeting be closed. Councillor Kretsch and Councillor Taddison. This is an e-scribe vote. May I have your vote electronically, please? Vote is up. Vote carries 11-0. At this time, may I have a mover and a seconder to put the report on the floor or approve the report recommendations? Councillor Kretsch and Councillor Cassar, please. Any questions, comments, concerns? Councillor Kretsch, please.
Just wanted to briefly say thanks for this. I think there's a couple things to note here. One, we have a relatively outdated West Harbour secondary plan when it comes to the specific area. I think no one thinks of 175 John Street and thinks of the harbour. And so want to be clear about that from the get. And also that we have a neighboring building that's 18 stories here. This is a request for a 12-story building in adjacent property. And so the only thing staff's saying here is, hey, just to let you know, we do have a plan here for the West Harbour that says that density should be lower, but they aren't. And so obviously that plan has to be reviewed at some point. That's a side note. And secondly, just to say that the Penny del Sol Bakery is a place that lots of people have come to love in our neighborhood, right? It's a place that makes amazing desserts. We've served them at some of our meetings, and losing this amenity in our community is going to be hard for some folks. But I'm glad to see that they're taking the initiative to put density where density is needed. And this 12-story building, which I think is going to do things for the neighborhood to include and ensure that there's more housing, is important, especially in the Beasley neighborhood. I want to say that Durand and Corktown and Ward 2 have an extreme amount of density when it comes to height, apartment buildings, condominiums. Beasley, not as much, despite the fact that there's a massive need for housing in this area. We are seeing a lot of housing coming online right now, slowly. A lot of it's condominiums. So my hope here is that this is going to end up contributing to the rental market eventually, and we're going to see more purpose-built rental units in our community. When we have a condominium that gets built and then we rent those condominiums out to people, one of the consequences of that is in 200-unit buildings, sometimes 200 individual landlords with all their own different leases and agreements with tenants, which for tenants makes things really difficult to organize, have conversations, and figure out what their rights are. When you have purpose-built rental buildings, you have one landlord, that person can be responsible for what's going on, and it makes it an easier job for everyone to coordinate repairs, other kinds of issues, and for tenants to be able to organize and understand their rights. So I'm continuing to hope that this will be the trend going forward, and in general, I'm just happy for more density in the downtown core where we need it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Up now is Councillor Cassar, please.
Thanks, Chair. Definitely support the recommendation. I just wanted to pick up on one thing Councillor Kretsch said early in his comments, just around and as I experienced it too, reading this, wow, only 5 stories is allowed here. 12, seems to fit naturally in. There's a larger building right beside it. So maybe to staff, how do we get to a point where we can, in this specific example, maybe it's speaking more broadly, but for this specific example, to a place where developers don't have to go through all these extra steps, that we can facilitate things that need to happen and should happen and fit in to happen easily without a ZBA and OPA. And because, as Councillor Kretsch said, this fits in, but there's an extra step now that we are having to put a developer through to get to the housing we need. So if that question is clear, I'd like a perspective.
Director Fayback.
Through the chair to the councillor, this secondary plan has a bit of a unique history in the fact that it's not actually in our Urban Hamilton official plan. It's still in the old City of Hamilton official plan because of a non-decision. But yes, the intent is to bring it into the Urban Hamilton official plan and then update it accordingly. It's still, I mean, it's a 20-year-old plan, roughly. I'm trying to remember the date that it was done. And so the intent is to bring it into the UHOP and then to align the designations and the densities and the heights in keeping with the Urban Hamilton official plan.
Councillor?
Okay, so there's more work to be done, but I just think when we are prioritizing the work we need to do in planning, and then this kind of is relevant to a later item agenda on neighborhood plans, is where should we be spending the time to get the most bang for the buck and make things as simple as possible and to get as much housing built as possible, as quickly as possible. So I'll have more comments to say on that later report.
Thank you, Councillor Cassar. It is a little sad that we are going to lose Pane del Sol, but I agree that we need that density. We talked about that at agenda review, so we kind of all had a moment of silence for that one. But anyway, thank you so much. We do already have a mover and a seconder. At this time, I need your vote electronically to approve the report recommendations, please. What was that? Councillor Beatty is a yes. Vote carries 11-0. Thank you. Let's move on. This is 8.3, PED 25123A, application for a zoning bylaw amendment for lands located at 255 Lewis Road, Stony Creek. Dhruv Mehta is here from the staff team. This was deferred from the May 23rd meeting, and now we're seeing it again. Would committee like to see the presentation? Yes. So Dhruv's coming down to the podium right now. We're just getting the presentation pulled up. Okay. There you go. Anytime you're ready.
Good morning, Chair, Planning Committee, and the members of public. My name is Dhruv Mehta, and I'm Planner 2 in Development Planning. And I'm going to present a recommendation report for a zoning bylaw amendment today for 255 Lewis Road, Stony Creek. This is an aerial image showing the vacant land, and it's approximately 0.67 hectares in size with frontage along Lewis Road. This basically is a location map showing the zoning of the property. The subject lands are currently zoned agricultural specialty in the Stony Creek zoning bylaw number 369292. And also showing on the slide is the zoning of the surrounding area, which consists of agricultural specialty, rural residential, and highway commercial zones. The subject lands are designated neighborhoods on Schedule E and E1, and designated low-density residential 3 on Fruitland Winona Secondary Plan, which permits street townhouse dwellings. The application is for a zoning bylaw amendment to change the zoning from agricultural specialty zone under Stony Creek bylaw number 3692 and to add to City of Hamilton zoning bylaw 05200 as a site-specific low-density residential zone to permit the development of 6 street townhouse dwelling units at the southeast corner of the subject lands with a frontage and access onto Lewis Road, and the future development of townhouse dwellings on the balance of the lands. So this is basically the sketch of the proposed, this is basically the survey of the land and the location of how it's going to look on the proposed land. And you can see it's on the southeast corner of the subject lands. This is a concept plan showing the front side and the rear elevations of the proposed development. And this slide is basically shows the elevations from the right and to the left. This slide shows the side elevation, the frontal view of the subject property. This basically is a property on the north, which is a Lewis House and a designated heritage property. This is a view of Innisville Motel in the south. And this is a vacant land on the east. So in conclusion, report PED 25-123 presented to the committee on May 23, 2025, reviewed a proposal for 6 street townhouse dwelling units on the southeast portion of the land. At the time, staff found the application premature due to unresolved infrastructure capacity and the absence of a draft plan of subdivision. Therefore, we had recommended denial. However, following a deferral, the applicant worked with the staff to address these concerns and agreed to include holding provisions on in the proposed zoning bylaw amendment to resolve remaining technical matters and to include the balance of the land for future development. With these provisions in place, staff are satisfied that the proposal will proceed in a comprehensive and orderly manner, and as such, the proposal conforms with the provincial planning statement, the urban Hamilton official plan, and the Fruitland Winona secondary plan, and staff recommend approval of this amendment. Thank you. I'm open for questions.
Thank you, Drew, for your presentation. Speakers list is open. Councillor Beatty, please.
Thank you, Drew. Appreciate the presentation and for clarification. I know sometimes we choose to have the presentation, not have the presentation. In this case, because it was deferred from May, and there were members of the community who had arranged to be here in person to see the presentation, and then it got deferred. I wanted to make sure that we are fully transparent in this entire process. There could be folks watching at home, and I want to make sure that that everything is completely out in the open for conversation. So I appreciate the indulgence of the committee and appreciate the presentation, Drew. I just want to go back to, I think you said in the statement that the problems with the application in the May report, or the version that was before us in May that ultimately got deferred, had to do with capacity issues, servicing issues, and I believe in kind of a layman's perspective, that road allotment that goes through the northern portion, which is a future east-west corridor road, very, very critically important to the expansion and growth in the area. No change to built form, though. The building itself is basically what was in the report in May, is still the same type of building, unit count, those things have not changed since May. If you could just confirm that.
Through the chair, yes, that is accurate. There's no changes in the building design in itself. This application was mainly to make sure that we kind of ensure the entire lot is developed and just not a portion of the lot is, orderly development was absolutely necessary for this development.
Key word there, thank you. Orderly development being a tenet of the Fruitland Winona secondary plan, and we are trying our best to move that forward. On the presentation, it gave the intersection of Lewis Road and the cross street that is to be proposed. There's been different iterations floating back and forth through the community. Traffic circle, no traffic circle, no traffic circle. This one shows no traffic circle. Is that kind of the finished form? And if it's not something that you can answer on, I'd maybe look to the bench to see if we've settled on what the configuration of that intersection is ultimately going to be, because it seems that different versions continue to float around the community, and I just want to have some crystal clarity on what's anticipated for that intersection. Knowing that, and for the, again, for the benefit of committee, Lewis Road is the location of the Winona Elementary School. It's a high pedestrian traffic corridor anticipated with a lot of growth taking place in the area, and residents just want to know what to expect in the future.
Director Malloy, please.
So through the chair, Acting Director of Transportation Planning and Parking, Steve Malloy. So Councillor, the drawing probably doesn't show the details of a single lane roundabout because no design has been provided, but for sure the right-of-way dedications and daylight triangles are conditioned to be provided and to show a future design at that stage, but a single lane roundabout is the envisioned form of traffic control at that intersection.
Okay, so even though it doesn't show it on the map, it's still envisioned that a roundabout is anticipated for the construction on the site. And I know that the Lewis Road urbanization, I see Manu hiding in the background there. We've been having multiple conversations about the anticipated urbanization of Lewis Road to take place in 2026. So just wanting to have that on public record that there is a roundabout anticipated to be at that intersection. And that would most likely occur at the urbanization stage of Lewis Road. I don't know if I need some kind of confirmation of that.
There's a shuffle on the bench.
Thank you for your indulgence, Chair.
Okay. Director Binu, please.
Through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor. So as part of the urbanization, we are not planning any roundabout at this location at this time, because especially we don't have that street D east-west connection with the Lewis Road. So in future, if that is required, we can implement the roundabout in a later date. But what Mr. Malloy is actually recommending is to secure the daylight triangle so that we can construct the roundabout in a later date.
Okay, I'll follow up with online with the, or offline rather, on that. But at this stage then, when the urbanization takes place next year, it's not anticipated to have a roundabout.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you for the clarity. Chair, I'm apologetic for using up so much time. Just want to get these all kind of aired out in public. Drew, if I could go back to you, just in terms of, there was notice given for the May meeting circulated. I heard from a few residents as early as this morning that they didn't receive any notification that the meeting had been moved to today publicly. A little bit concerned about that. There's not a dense population around this site, but I just wonder, when a meeting gets deferred, where does the new notice fall into place? What happens at that stage to ensure that community members are given due notice?
Through the chair. So we follow the planning process, whether the meeting had happened for the first time or the second. The neighbors do get notified. So we did send out notices, including update on the sign notice on the property. So the public notice was posted for the first time on March 10th and updated on October 22nd with the new public notice sign. And the owners, which was 14 properties, around 120 meters of the property, the notice was sent out on October 31st. So there could have been a reason because of postal delays or something, they wouldn't have got the notice on time. But we did follow the planning process timelines. And also the notice was advertised in the Hamilton Spectator on October 31st as well.
Okay, so I just want to ensure that the summary of that is every attempt was made to offer notice to neighboring property owners.
Through the chair, absolutely.
Okay. Final question, Chair. Again, thank you for your indulgence. The heritage property to the north, the historic Lewis House, built in the late 1700s, one of the oldest dwellings, I think, still in operation and still owned by the original family. Big importance to the community. Not a lot of, I guess I'm wondering, from the planning perspective, the built form where these townhouses are going to appear is on the southernmost portion, closer to the Innsville property. Is there any anticipated disruption or impact that would negatively be anticipated towards that heritage building?
Through the chair, at this point, for all the reports submitted by the applicant, and as well as our analysis recognizes no such impact. And also we had, of course, a cultural heritage impact assessment, which was completed for the property on September 13th, 2024. And staff are satisfied with basically the scoped cultural heritage impact assessment. And there was no impact identified on the report as well.
Again, just restating that everything has been followed through the appropriate manner to ensure the safety and stability and maintaining that important heritage feature.
Through the chair, yes.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Seeing as there are no other speakers, I do need a mover and a seconder to receive this presentation, Councillor Beatty and Councillor Taddison. This is a hand vote, so may I have your vote? And that looks like everyone. Thank you, that carries. Harry Kazantzakis, Harry K, I think is here. Thank you, Harry. I'm so sorry. You'll have to come on down. Harry is from Ashenhurst Newens and Associates, and he is the agent in attendance today. Harry Kazantzakis. Kazantzakis? Yeah, I was trying. Okay, we're just going to turn on your microphone, Harry.
Hi, Harry Kalantzakos.
Kalantzakos.
You're missing the L.
Oh.
Otherwise, very good attempt.
Okay. Thank you, Harry. Anytime you're ready.
So we're here, we accept the recommendations from the Planning Committee, all the suggestions. We're willing to work towards meeting all the requirements and getting approved on this development. And then all the holding provisions, we're looking to satisfy the staff recommendations in order to get approved going forward.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kalantzakos. Questions? Councillor Beatty, please.
Thank you, Harry. Thank you for being here. And thank you for the engagement piece. I know that there was some movement to make the initial community engagement a little more localized. I do appreciate the efforts on that. I just wanted to ask a question about the finished built form is going to be noticeably different than the other homes on the street. It's a very different type of building. What went into the decision making? If you're able to offer any comment, completely up to you, but is there something that led you towards that particular style of built form with the street towns as opposed to what the community currently experiences on Lewis Road and in the adjoining area? Through you, Chair.
So I was not involved in picking the homes and the design. We were just following the city plans and their future guidelines of having street townhomes. We worked together with the city in the design, in the shape, in the scope, and tried to, we made several or many amendments from proposing condominiums to high rises to single family homes. This is where the city has led us, the planning department, and including the style.
I appreciate that, Harry. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, seeing as there are no other speakers, thank you so much, Harry, for your delegation. This time I need a mover and seconder to receive the delegation from the agent, Councillor Beatty and Councillor Kassar. This is a hand vote, so may I have your vote, please? Looks like everyone, and that carries. At this time, are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting regarding 255 Lewis Road? Yes, come on down. We just have a delegate coming to the podium. Thank you so much for being here.
Good morning.
I do need your name, though, too.
Yes, my name is Mary Shaw, and actually my maiden name is Mary Lewis. So I am the daughter of my parents bought back the property into the family in the 1970s, and it's my sister Elaine, who couldn't be here today, that actually is the current owner of the property. Communicating with Elaine by internet, text, our concern is that we have not heard specifically from the planning committee about what they were looking at, because we were having concerns about impact to our heritage property. And in this report, they're saying that there are no concerns yet. A number of them were raised in the meetings that were held previously. So I would like some enlightenment about how they came to this conclusion and what was considered, because from our vantage point, there are big concerns.
So thank you very much, Mary. Questions for the delegate? Councillor Beatty, please.
Absolutely, Mary, thank you for being here today, and I remember your parents very well, and remember spending some time in the little gift shop that used to be on the long side of the Lewis house as a child. I will seek some clarification from staff on the specificity of your questioning, and if necessary, we will certainly ask for a sit-down meeting to go over that, to make sure that your questions are answered to the very best of our ability. But at the appropriate time, Chair, I'll ask of staff to comment on your question as it pertains to the important issue that you've raised with your heritage property and your family's legacy.
Terrific. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Seeing as there are no other speakers, I'll ask again. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? And for a third time, are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? Seeing none, may I please have a mover and a seconder that 1, all public submissions attached in the previous agenda were received and considered by committee, and that 2, that this public meeting is closed. Councillor Beatty and Councillor Taddison. This is an e-scribe vote, so may I have your vote electronically, please? Councillor Cassar is starting to chirp you now. It's encouragement. Oh, okay. Vote is up. All right, and that carries 11-0. At this time, may I please have a mover and a seconder to put the report on the floor? Councillor Beatty and Councillor Taddison. Questions from Councillor Beatty first.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to go directly from the delegate's question. We heard from our planning division that they were satisfied with all of the heritage questions outstanding from their perspective. The delegate, the owners of the property, and I can't stress again the importance of the property to the community and obviously to the legacy of the Lewis family in the Winona area. How would we, there's a bit of a disconnect, I guess, is where I'm seeing this. I'm wondering if there's a comment that could be given on that disconnect, and if it comes to it, Chair, what I would ask is to arrange a meeting with the family to go through it in more detail if we're unable to come to a conclusion on the floor here. But it sounds like we've said everything's fine. The resident not so convinced. So help us out.
Director Dalbello, please.
Reno Dalbello, Acting Director of Development Planning, through the chair to the council. Yes, I believe we should have, there potentially was a disconnect there, but with regards to the property at 265 Lewis Road, there was a heritage impact and scope culture heritage assessment done for that subject property. It was done on September 13, 2024, and reviewing that, staff are satisfied with the scope of the cultural impact for that. And with regards to this development, there is a separation for the future road there from this actual subject property. So I wasn't quite clear of what the resident was kind of question they were asking for, but it was with regards to land use, I believe. But the land use that was chosen by the applicant, staff work with them on that and try to making sure that it is compatible with the surrounding area, and that separation, there is a large future collector road for the separation of that property. But again, I go back, I think maybe we should have a sit down then and discuss their concerns.
Can I ask through the chair, was the report from the heritage perspective ever shared with the Lewis family at any point? Do you know?
No, it was not, no.
Okay, so that probably would have been a good step, and I apologize to the delegate again that there was a breakdown in that. I do understand, though, that one of the concerns that Elaine raised to me personally had to do with things more so of a structural integrity nature to ensure that the building remains standing. It is something that was constructed. I think they actually made the bricks on site to build that building back in the 1700s. So, I mean, it is really, really a structural work of art. Would the heritage report and would it have gone into structural and engineering components related to that, or was that something that's outside the scope of the heritage report?
Director Fayback, please.
Through the chair, my understanding is that would have gone beyond what the Cultural Heritage Impact Assessment would look at. It wouldn't be looking at construction and impacts from construction. What it looks at is the cultural heritage significance of the property and what relationship there is between that property and the new development. So it's looking at it more from that sort of contextual perspective. Generally, when we're looking at, and in some other specific examples where there have been concerns about construction, that's something that would be further reviewed at the site plan control stage.
Okay, so there is, thank you, through the chair, there is still an additional planning phase that has to be gone through where some more finite detail is added that might address some of the concerns raised by the neighbors. I'll take the remainder offline and work with the family to try to have a meeting out on site or somewhere in nearby that we might be able to get all of those questions answered. So appreciate the time, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing as there are no other speakers, we do have a mover and a seconder for this report, and it's to approve the report recommendations. This is an e-scribe vote, please. The vote is up. Yes, it is. Yep, vote is up. Vote carries 10-0. Thank you. Let's move on. My hope is that we get through all of the Section 8 things and then we can take a break for lunch. So let's go with 8.4. This is PED 25182, city-initiated official plan amendments for Phase 1 of the Employment Area Review. Allison Martin is here to do the presentation. Come on down, Allison. I'd like to see the presentation, so. Just for people online, we're just getting the tech set up to share the presentation. So for those that are online or watching us on YouTube, we're just getting our tech set up. All right. Allison, anytime you're ready. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, Chair, members of Planning Committee, and members of the public in attendance. My name is Allison Martin, and I'm a Senior Policy Planner with the Sustainable Communities section of the Planning Division. The purpose of this report is to present and seek direction to consult on draft official plan amendments to implement Phase 1 of the city's employment area review. The review is required to respond to recent changes in the Provincial Planning Statement and Planning Act that impact employment areas. So there have been several significant policy and legislative changes in recent years which have impacted the ways in which municipalities plan for and protect designated employment areas, as well as the uses permitted within employment areas. The timeline for these changes is outlined on this slide. It's important to note that the changes to the provincial planning framework initiated originally in April 2023 by the province were to allow for more housing and to permit a wider variety of land uses. In October 2024, the legislative changes to the Planning Act and Provincial Planning Statement came into effect, and staff presented the work plan to address the changes through Report PED 24205 in November 2024. Staff are recommending amendments as part of Phase 1 to protect existing designated employment areas and to ensure that the policies in the official plan are aligned and consistent with provincial direction. So, as I mentioned, the Planning Act was updated and included a revised definition of area of employment, which narrowed and reduced the range of permitted uses. Traditional and intensive uses such as manufacturing and warehousing remain permitted, while institutional and commercial uses, including retail and office uses not related to the primary employment use, are now prohibited. It's important to note that newly established transition permissions permit lawfully established uses to continue, but prohibit the introduction of new uses that do not meet the definition. The provincial planning statement contains a new definition for employment areas, which is aligned with the Planning Act definition, but a new policy goes further than the Planning Act to explicitly exclude public service facilities from being located within employment areas. The PPS also introduced new policies permitting privately initiated official plan amendments to remove lands from designated employment areas at any time, whereas previously they were only considered through a city-initiated municipal comprehensive review. Council's refusal or non-decision on an application to remove designated employment areas is only shielded from an Ontario Land Tribunal appeal by the landowner if the city's official plan policies are aligned with the Planning Act definition of area of employment. Policy language has also been introduced to encourage the integration of industrial, manufacturing, and small-scale warehousing in strategic growth areas and other mixed-use areas of the city. So the map shown on this slide is Schedule E1 of the Urban Hamilton Official Plan, and the areas shown on the map in dark blue and shades of purple illustrate the location of designated employment lands within the city. The current policies for employment areas allow for a range of uses in each of the areas, reflective of their geographic context, notably their proximity to major goods movement facilities like provincial highways, the airport, and the harbor. The land use permissions in these areas also permit uses which complement the primary employment function. This includes limited office, retail, commercial, and public service facilities. As a result, the permitted uses in all 4 employment area designations need to be amended to align with the PPS and the Planning Act. So the official plan amendments being considered to implement Phase 1 seek to protect existing designated employment areas from unintentional loss and fragmentation through privately initiated applications to remove lands from employment areas being appealed to the Ontario Land Tribunal. The amendments before you today for consideration seek to protect employment lands until a larger comprehensive review can be completed and bring the city's policies into conformity with the provincial framework by first implementing the Planning Act definition of area of employment and the provincial planning statement employment area policies. This will result in the refinement and reduction of permitted uses. Introduce policy language to allow lawfully established excluded uses to continue, provided that the use was established on the parcel on or before the proclamation date. So for example, a restaurant that was lawfully established by October 20th, 2024 in a designated employment area is permitted to continue, but no new restaurants would be permitted. In addition to the proposed policies, a new complete application requirement for official plan amendments seeking to remove lands from employment areas is proposed. A land use, employment needs, and impact assessment will require applicants to consider the impacts of their privately initiated application on the city's employment land base as a whole, as required under the PPS. As I mentioned, the intent of Phase 1 is to limit proposals to remove the lands from designated employment lands in the official plan until a more comprehensive review can be undertaken in Phase 2. Notification of the statutory public meeting was provided as per the regulations of the Planning Act. The notice was included in the Hamilton Spectator on November 3rd, posted on the dedicated employment area review webpage, circulated to members of the public and development industry via the project mailing list, and a presentation was provided to the City Builders Group in late October. The future Phase 2 of the Employment Area Review will include a detailed, thorough, and comprehensive review of the city's employment area policies, and staff will prepare future reports on the project which may be informed by an updated land needs assessment, a review of existing employment area designation boundaries, a review of the existing commercial designation policies to determine if the integration of uses now excluded from areas of employment, such as institutional and commercial, is appropriate, consideration of whether industrial, manufacturing, and small-scale warehousing uses can be located within strategic growth areas, updates to the 2020 City of Hamilton Employment Area Inventory Report, an evaluation of the 2025 Employment Survey results, and a review of the permitted uses and regulations of the 14 industrial zones in zoning bylaw number 05200. To help reduce overall project timelines, staff have begun background work required to inform Phase 2 while Phase 1 is underway. This phase will include extensive public consultation and community engagement to ensure a comprehensive and transparent review process. So in terms of next steps, staff will consider all comments and feedback received at today's public meeting while refining and finalizing the amendments, and will return to Planning Committee for a recommendation in 2026. This concludes my presentation today, and I'd be happy to take any questions you have at this time.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Speakers list is open. Councillor McMeekin first, please.
Yes, thanks for your presentation. I was watching the slide here on the left, the third point down about alternate uses of land is going to be reviewed. Yeah, the bottom left-hand corner. It sort of hit home for me because in my community is a developer who wants to increase employment and serve the community with a badly needed hotel. And it happens to, coincidentally, we didn't know it was industrial land until we started looking at it. It's on industrial land. Would that be the kind of consideration that would potentially come into play? Is that what you're looking at, those sort of things?
Through the chair, it may be. We're looking to consider all of the commercial designations in Phase 2 of the Employment Area Review to introduce any land use permissions that were removed from being permitted within areas of employment.
Okay, I don't want to be so open-minded that our brains are falling out, but at the same time, I don't want to be so narrow that we are arbitrarily restrictive of some good potential employment opportunities that could exist with a slight change or even a less than slight change to the requirements. So I just want to make that point.
Thank you.
Thanks.
That is an excellent point. And we wouldn't want to be, you're right, open-minded, let your brains follow. Thanks, Councillor McMeekin. That was a graphic image to see. Any other speakers? I have one, so I'll ask Councillor Taddison to take the chair. Can you just go over the timelines in terms of, again, about where we're at? Because I know we're going into phase 2, which will include a little more of that, like taking the information that you've seen from the phase 1, you're going to come back. So can you help me with the timelines again? I think I missed it.
Thank you. Through the chair, it's our intention to bring forward the final recommendation on the official plan amendments in early 2026 and then initiate phase 2 fulsomely. So we'll be looking to undertake the required background studies in 2026 and then go from there in terms of timelines.
Okay. A challenge for me is that we have identified a lack of employment lands, and we're also starting to lose employment lands more and more and more. I'm struggling to understand how this process will help us with enabling more employment lands, because as you've already said, the province has already narrowed the focus of what employment lands look like. So help me understand that sort of, how do we get to a point where we can be a little more opportunistic with the creation of additional employment lands?
Thank you. Through the chair, as that question relates to forecasting, I might defer to Charlie Toman for an answer.
Through to the chair, Charlie Toman, Program Lead, Policy Planning and Municipal Comprehensive Review within the Sustainable Communities section. So phase 2 of the employment land review, we will have to undertake a new employment land needs assessment, which will have to be based on the updated or the new provincial planning statement, which has new policies on how the city forecast its future employment growth. So through that review and through that employment land needs assessment, we will look at the existing designated employment areas, identify areas where those can be intensified, so we can focus more jobs within existing employment areas, but we will also then look at what our overall balance of employment land needs is, because under the provincial planning statement, we have to provide enough employment land for between 20 and 30 years. So that will be conversations that we'll be having at future planning committee meetings on phase 2.
Through you, Chair, just a question on that plans needs in phase 2. The nature of work is changing so incredibly quickly. We have all also heard about the rise in computing and technology and those AI potentially taking over, where you will likely see density and job numbers go down, however, productivity in technology going up. So how are we accounting for that type of change in the way work happens?
Through the chair, we will be looking forward when we do the employment land needs, and we'll have to bring on a land economist to help us understand not just what our current status of employment lands are, but where we expect and forecast those to be in the future. And that includes changes in types of the workforce. So, the rise of AI and, office type jobs, but also the work from home component too. So we don't have a crystal ball, but through the phase 2 work and through the initiation of that land needs assessment, we will establish the terms of reference where we'll ask the consultant to consider these different inputs and when they get to the number of, this is how many hectares of land, and these are the types of industrial land classes that we will need in the future.
Okay. That'll be an interesting presentation. It's going to be a future economist, a futurist that'll have to tell us how the nature of work is changing. Because I also think about Industry 4.0 or Industry 5.0, even agriculture, how we end up having agricultural uses that will seep into our employment lands, because now there's no need to have agricultural lands. They'll now be in our employment lands. So can you give us a sense of when we can have those conversations? Because I know you said that the report's coming forward in Q1 of 2026. However, that phase 2 sounds like it's going to be a lot of work, and I'd be super interested in understanding how we are planning for 20, 30 years out when it seems every 6 months we're changing the way work happens.
Thank you. Through the chair, it's our intention to have a very comprehensive and thorough public engagement component in phase 2. So not only will we be reaching out to each individual landowner within employment areas, but also providing multiple opportunities for not only planning committee themselves, but the public to speak with staff to discuss the future of employment areas.
Okay, so my last question then is, how long is phase 2 then? Because I'm really worried that we might have too much of a knee-jerk reaction because of just how quickly the nature of work is changing. So I'd like to really understand how fulsomely the phase 2 might, and how much time do we have for that?
Thank you. Through the chair, I don't want to predetermine the length of time it'll take for phase 2. As Charlie mentioned, there's a number of different studies that have to be completed to inform the outcomes. It's our expectation that perhaps it may take 18 to 24 months, but it's hard to commit to a time frame at this point.
Okay, so through you, Chair, just I'd be interested in that futurist conversation, definitely. I think that the nature of work absolutely is changing on a minute-by-minute basis. So my hope is that Hamilton can be just as ambitious as we say we are in order for us to move this forward. Thank you. I'll take the chair back.
Sorry,
then.
through the chair, I just wanted to add, General Manager Prasad and I were just chatting about the opportunity to have a council workshop in terms of this conversation. So I think that's something I just wanted to identify and that we will take back and look at. I think it's been done for grids projects in the past or other projects, but to see if that's an opportunity to get some of this more in-depth input and also assist council with understanding where and how we plan on moving forward.
Thank you for that. And actually, Director Fayback, that's excellent because we are also embarking on a new economic development action plan. We heard that at GIC. So I think that it's timely for us to have these conversations, especially because the employment workforce strategy is also being kind of tied up, and then there's a new opportunity that way. So thank you. Thanks, Councillor Taddison. Any other speakers? Seeing none, thank you so much, Allison, for your presentation today. At this time, I need a mover and a seconder to receive the staff presentation, please. Councillor Kassar and Councillor Cooper. This is a hand vote, so may I have your vote, please? And that looks like everyone. Thank you. At this time, are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? Yes, come on down. And also, welcome to McMaster students that are joining us in the gallery. All I know is that you guys are from McMaster. I don't know anything about you guys. But anyway, thank you for joining us here today. And please state your name.
Hi, good morning. My name is Pierre Roy. I didn't put together a whole lot for this. I didn't intend to necessarily speak on a lot of the substance of this report, but I wanted to mention a couple things that I think are important. So I just want to say thanks to staff for bringing this up and for the effort on employment lands and future review of these policies. I had some concerns that I wanted to highlight and some opportunities for kind of growth in terms of access to the information that's being presented today. So first of all, the Planning Act that governs all of this says that the general timeline for notification for official plan amendments is 20 days. They also say that municipalities can put in their official plan if they want to provide less time for that. So Hamilton's urban official plan says 7 days. Now, the notice went out in the newspaper on the 3rd, and then it went on the city's website on the 6th of November, and then here we are today on the 14th. So that's about 8 days and 11 days kind of between the newspaper and today. So it's less than the provincial standard, but it's allowed. Now, we are also required to have access to all the information that's being considered. So the meeting agenda includes the proposed changes to the official plan, but I am not aware of where to access the former Hamilton official plan and the region of Hamilton-Wentworth official plan. I'm not really sure where the region official plan applies in our city anymore, but I can recognize that it has some maybe vestigial importance. I know that the former city official plan applies to West Harbor, but those official plans as a whole aren't available for viewing or readily accessible on the city website. And this also applies to the other OPA, the next item for neighborhood plan changes in not neighborhood plan changes, sorry, setting sail secondary plan changes for residential intensification in that area. But yeah, I just wanted to kind of raise just an opportunity there to publish some of these back documents, because for policy researchers like Brian and myself, who spend a lot of time looking at older documents to understand how we got to where we're at today and where things came from, it's important to have those available and to allow for members of the public who are potential landowners or otherwise to either engage a consultant or to review how they may apply to their lands on a timeline that's a little bit more extended than just 7 days, because requesting a document can take longer than 7 days. So yeah, just kind of a heads up on that, and the importance that transparency in an open government is to everybody, and having access to documents that might not seem important anymore, but are of important contextual background. Thanks.
Thank you, Pierre. Cool. Speakers list is open if there's any questions for Pierre at all. Seeing none, thank you so much for your delegation. At this time, are there any other members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? For last time, third time and last time, are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? Seeing none, may I have a mover and a seconder that 1, that the public submissions were received and considered by committee, and 2, that the public meeting is closed. Councillor Cassar, Councillor Pauls. This is an e-scribe vote, so may I have your vote electronically, please? Vote is up. And that vote carries 11-0. At this time, may I please have a mover and a seconder to approve the report recommendations, please? Councillor Taddison and Councillor Pauls. Questions, comments? Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Just following up from the very recent delegate in terms of access to historic and other documents that are all embedded in informing where we are today. Could I get a comment from staff on that, please?
Charlie, please.
Through the chair. So I believe the delegate was speaking to the former City of Hamilton and former Hamilton Wentworth official plans. So that is something that we can endeavor to publish. I don't see any reason why we can't have that up on the webpage as a historical document, though as Chief Planner Fayback noted, it is still the underlying policies. So that is something that we will endeavor and make sure is up on the city's webpage.
Thank you.
Are there any other speakers, questions, comments? Okay, seeing none, we do already have a mover and a seconder to, I need your vote electronically, please. And the vote is up. Vote carries 11-0. Okay. So just before I go to 8.5, I would like to welcome McMaster students. They're here with their instructor, John McLaughlin. They're here on Exploring Hamilton, and the idea is for them to understand the inner workings of City of Hamilton, City Hall. So we're very excited to have you. Thank you guys so much. Today we're here in Planning Committee, where we spend a lot of time talking about what are the developments, what are some of the growth opportunities. What you just heard was we were looking at a city-initiated official plan amendment. So the city is governed by a big official plan. And in this particular instance, it was looking at it from an employment area. So thinking about where do future jobs potentially land? Where do they potentially grow? So this is going to be, that was the opportunity for us to discuss and debate moving forward. But I also understand that you guys are going to hang out with the mayor later on, so you can always ask a lot of these questions to the mayor later on. So, but welcome to council chambers. We're going to continue on with our agenda, but thanks for being here, guys. 8.5 is PED 25154C, amendments to low-density residential and medium-density residential designations of Volume 2 of the Urban Hamilton Official Plan for the implementation of the Official Plan Amendment Number 167 and Phase 2A of the Residential Zones Project. Jennifer Allen is here, so Jennifer, come on down to the podium. And we're just getting Jennifer's presentation set up. So at Planning Committee, we have a very regimented sort of style. These are public hearings, which means that we typically have a presentation from staff. We might have other presentations from other agents, but then this is also the opportunity for the public to also speak on these particular topics. So that's also the opportunity here, but it's very strict in terms of how we do that. And I rule with an iron fist, apparently. So anyway. Thanks, Jennifer. Anytime you're ready. Sal, our tech genius, is working his magic.
Either click on the arrows or click on the screen.
All right, anytime you're ready.
Is my mic on? Yeah. Good morning, Chair, committee members, staff, and public in attendance. My name is Jennifer Allen. I'm a Planner 1 in the Sustainable Communities section of the Planning Division. Today, I will be presenting the city-initiated proposed secondary plan updates for amendments to the low-density residential designations within secondary plans. So this slide has a brief overview of some of the key work that has informed the proposed amendments before you today. On June 8th, 2022, Council approved OPA 167 for the city's official plan review and municipal comprehensive review. Among a number of other amendments, OPA 167 updated the permissions within the low-density residential areas of the neighborhood's designation to allow for a greater range of housing options and to remove the maximum net residential densities applicable on a site-by-site basis. Following this, Phase 1 of the Low-Density Residential Zones project was approved by Council on August 12th, 2022, and this was one of the first steps in implementing the direction from OPA 167. This included expanding the permissions in all existing low-density residential zones to include duplexes, semi-detached dwellings, and street townhouse dwellings, and establishing permissions to convert existing dwellings to contain up to 4 units. This also included the creation of the R1 and R1A low-density residential zones in zoning bylaw 05200. In April 2024, Phase 2 of the low-density residential zone project was completed, which amongst other changes included the creation of the R2 large lot low-density residential zone and expanded the permissions of the R1 and R1A zones to have as-of-right permissions for triplexes and fourplexes. This phase also included amendments to the Urban Hamilton Official Plan, which established a blanket policy to apply the Volume 1 policies for low-density residential areas related to use, density, and height permissions to a number of the low-density residential designations in secondary plans. In April 2025, staff brought forward strategic and technical amendments, which amended the Urban Hamilton Official Plan to provide clarification on the different residential built forms, particularly providing a distinction between street townhouses and multiple dwellings, and a distinction between different forms of townhouses and apartments within the definition of a multiple dwelling. So the amendments before you today represent Phase 2A of the Residential Zones project, and expand on the official plan amendments seen in Phase 2 to complete a comprehensive update to the secondary plan policies and mapping to align with Volume 1 and to remove that blanket policy established previously. So this work is one of the many planning initiatives that support residential intensification throughout the city. And while these amendments before you are implementing previous decisions already made, they will remove barriers for intensification by aligning the policy framework within Hamilton and removing the need for certain site-specific policy area official plan amendments. So before outlining the proposed changes within the official plan amendment before you, it's important to note that the existing low-density residential designations within secondary plans generally fall under one of two types. The first type is a low-density residential designation, which currently has less land use permissions than what is permitted in Volume 1. So an example of this would be a low-density residential designation, which currently only has permissions for, let's say, single detached dwellings and semi-detached dwellings. And so that type 1 is shown in the first row of the table, and those are the designations that fall under that type. The second type is a low-density residential designation, which currently have more intensive permissions than what is permitted in Volume 1 for a low-density residential area. And that is shown in this row of the chart on the screen. And so an example of this designation would be a designation that has permissions for block and stacked townhouses, which is actually captured under the definition of a multiple dwelling. So the proposed amendments can be summarized as follows. The first type of designation that I described is proposed to be redesignated to a new low-density residential 1 designation with expanded permissions being single-detached, semi-detached, duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, and street townhouse dwellings in order to align with Volume 1. The second type of designation is being consolidated and renamed to a new medium-density residential 1 designation, maintaining the existing land use permissions of those previous designations, but aligning the naming structure with Volume 1 based on the permitted uses of multiple dwellings. The designation has a height restriction of 3 stories to maintain the existing intent of those designations to be developed as different forms of townhouse dwellings and still fall with kind of as a transition between low and medium density residential. For both types of designations, the density ranges are proposed to be removed to align with Volume 1. Additionally, for all types of the low-density residential designations, it is also proposed to redesignate certain lands to align with the existing uses on site. This could include realigning the designations based on the existing boundary of a natural open space that isn't reflected in the existing secondary plan, or recognizing existing institutional sites that have been developed for low-rise residential uses. This slide has an example of one of the official plan amendment mapping for one of the secondary plans. The blue and the royal blue and the red is showing lands that are currently fall under one of the type 1 designations and are being redesignated to the new low density residential 1 designation. The lands in purple are showing lands that are currently in that type 2 designation and being redesignated to a medium density residential 1. And that's based on the existing uses of block townhouses on those sites. The black is a more technical change in that those lands actually form part of the block townhouses to the south, so recognizing them as all one designation. And then the pink is redesignating the lands to general open space to reflect the existing conditions and the related zoning of those lands. So a comprehensive consultation plan for the residential zones project was completed as summarized in report PED 22-154A. As the proposed amendments before you are implementing direction from OPA 167 and are in alignment with the zoning changes completed through the residential zones project, staff relied on this consultation for these amendments. Consultation will continue as the other phases of the residential zones project is completed. Notice of the proposed official plan amendments before you today was posted in the Hamilton Spectator on November 5th, 2025, and individual notices were sent out to all property owners where a designation change to a natural open space was proposed. So that concludes my presentation. Thank you for listening. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jennifer. Speakers, is this open? Councillor Pauls first, please.
Yeah, can you just repeat what's the medium density and the low density? Is the medium density up to 12-story now?
Through the chair, under volume 1, medium density is up to 12 stories. However, the medium density residential 1 designation that we are proposing is limited to 3 stories. So this, the reason we're putting those lands into the medium density residential 1 is that the use of a multiple dwelling aligns better with volume 1 to be placed under medium density 1. But we are limiting it to 3 stories because the intent and the existing permissions there are limited to 3 stories. It's kind of a designation that is a transition between low and the medium that allows for 12 stories.
And how you decide which one is medium and density? Like, I'm thinking about even around our area, people want to put 20-story, and if they go to 12, it's still too high. So when do you know it's 1 or 2?
So through this work, we were the second type of designation, the low-density residential designation that I was describing. Those currently have permissions for multiple dwelling uses, particularly block townhouses or stacked townhouses. And so to align with the structure of Volume 1, we're just simply changing the naming of those designations to medium density 1, but we're not changing any of the permissions. So it's just kind of a renaming exercise to provide more consistency with volume 1.
So I just was wondering, what's the average population then in one area? What would it be? Obviously, the higher the building, the more people are there. So is there a limit of residents in certain area?
Through the chair, through OPA 167, we removed individual sites having density caps. We have kind of just more broad density targets for general areas, but there's no cap on a certain amount of people in
There's no cap at all, whether it's low density or high density?
Through the chair, we are removing the density ranges for the low-density residential designations that exist. We have not touched the existing medium-density residential designations or the high, although they have been removed from Volume 1.
Thank you.
Any other speakers at all? Oh, Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you for your presentation. I very much enjoyed it. When you've done community consultation, what kind of feedback do you get? Do you have many people coming out? Are they supportive? Who are these groups of people coming out?
Through the chair, I think it really depends on the different projects that we review. I think there's quite a bit of both sides of support and people who don't want change in their community. But for this project, we were just relying on the consultation that was already completed through OPA 167 for the official plan review and the residential zones project. I might look to Melanie Pham or zoning staff if they have any more detail.
I think Alana Fulford's coming to a mic.
Yes, thank you, Alana Fulford, Supervisor of Zoning Bylaw Reform. My apologies if we could just repeat that latest question.
Certainly. My question was around how we do consultation and who's actually coming out. So, we reach out to communities. We're doing what for some communities is dramatic change. How do we, first of all, engage people? Who are the people coming out? Are they organized special interest groups? Are there, developers? Are these residential people? And then what kind of feedback are you getting from the various groups?
Through the chair to the councillor, so we do try in any public engagement activity to tap into a number of different types of engagement. So that we can reach out to various residents and various interests. So in the example of the residential zones project, we typically start with pop-up types events. So that would be at a community center, a rec center, et cetera. And that provides an opportunity just to kind of have initial connections with residents. And then we'll also have more focused events like open houses, virtual, public meetings, where, we'll see various individuals, whether, we've made those connections out there. It could be individual residents or specific groups within the community. So for the purpose of this, we also, we went out to Lime Ridge Mall as well. So we do try and cover our bases that way and use social media as well. So, we do hope through these engagement events that we kind of firstly sort of spread out to spread the word and then have those opportunities to have more focused discussions through, virtual public meetings or other types or in person.
Thank you. The reason I ask is when I was out canvassing, and in my ward, there's a lot of change going on, and people are shocked and amazed by what's happening to their communities. They feel that they've bought into a certain, I'll say, housescape, and all of a sudden, the first they know about these things happening is when someone puts something that doesn't represent their neighborhood up, and they don't even know about it. So we go through all these exercises along the way, and people don't know about it until there's a new piece of construction going in, and then they're shocked and amazed, confused, angry, frustrated. And so for some reason, we're not tapping into these people early on. Now, I can understand there's organized groups coming out saying, here's what we want, but I'm talking about the average person, the average neighborhood. And so, as many of you will find next year when you go to Canvas, there's a lot of anger in the neighborhoods where this has happened because they don't feel the city's reaching out to them in a way that they understand what's happening in their neighborhoods. And so I would encourage staff to maybe the way we're communicating things, the channels we're using, the words we're using. When we start talking this kind of lingo, the average person doesn't know what it means until they have a 20-story building in their backyard and they've built their dream home. Okay? And they go, wow, I didn't know this was going down here. As a matter of fact, if I hadn't known, I wouldn't have bought this property. And maybe I wouldn't have bought something in Hamilton, which is the conversations I'm hearing. So I just asked staff if they could maybe take it back. I'd even be interested in understanding our communication strategy around these things. And let's back this right up to say, do we have the right communication strategy? Because there's a huge disconnect in our communities, in our neighborhoods, about what's going on in the city right now. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. I think that we're absolutely doing a lot of, we've asked that question in the last 3 years that we've been here. So it's interesting that you being the newest member of council are also saying that. So I think that staff have heard that loud and clear throughout this entire term, definitely. I think that we're going to trust that we're going to work on that, definitely. Councillor Kassar and then Councillor McMeekin, please. Councillor Kassar.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just a clarifying question, just in light of the previous questions asked. Just to summarize this presentation and the recommendation, this is largely the administrative exercise to just make sure naming is lined up properly with other changes. There's no significant permission changes or zoning changes that are happening, just through you to get confirmation.
Through the chair, that's correct. The permissions already are established in Volume 1, and they are predominantly established in the zoning through the residential zones project. And so we are just aligning the secondary plans with those permissions. So no as-of-right permissions have changed through this, as the zoning would have already reflected what we're doing today. So.
Great, thank you. I thought it was just important to clarify to make sure that anyone listening or watching doesn't think that there's any significant decisions being made today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kassar. Up now is Councillor McMeekin, followed by Councillor Crutch. Councillor McMeekin, please.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for your presentation. Just picking up on a point that Councillor Cooper made about what works and what doesn't work, and the need for a strategy. I don't disagree with that, but I think the strategy needs to focus very much on educating the public about what's going on. You know, the simple truth of the matter is, and we've mused on this as you referenced en passant, my weak attempt at French just now, is that the planning landscape is changing so fast, it's difficult for even somebody who's invested a significant portion of their life trying to understand it. And must be, I've lamented publicly a couple times, asking the staff just how the heck they do it. You know, you've got a provincial government which, for a series of very good reasons, they don't always do it the way I'd like to see it done, are quite intrusive around planning issues. And much of the work that we're doing is a reflection of that accommodation to, you know, the housing demands, particularly big double lots that could theoretically construct fourplexes all over the property. That's now law, you know. So Councillor Kassar talks about the cards we've been dealt, the cards we wish we had. Official planning historically has always, theoretically at least, been an opportunity for communities to articulate their hopes and dreams and aspirations, and it still ought to be. But there are limitations on that we need to be very intentional about communicating to the citizens we're privileged to represent. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor McMeekin. Up now is Councillor Crutch, please.
Just wanted to respond to what Councillor Cooper was saying. You know, communication is really important. I've been a pretty outspoken advocate for clear language principles here and about trying to translate documents from planning ease into something that residents can understand. I mean, I'll be honest with you, it's how I got involved in municipal politics, is I got a planning document to my mailbox and was like, what on earth does this say? And then spent several months decoding that language, got involved, figured some stuff out and was like, oh, okay, interesting. So I get that, and not everyone has the time to do that. I have worked with a group of people to decode that language. Planning staff are very helpful in doing that as well. But yes, it's really important. But I want to say that even when language is impeccably clear around municipal issues, we still struggle with engagement. In the Ward 8 by-election, 21% of people showed up to vote. I think it was pretty clear what the message was. There's an election, people are running in it, here's who they are. And still, in that moment, we're getting 21% of people out. In the general election, with some under 40% of people are involved in a municipal election. So I think that it's important we don't overstate the fact that it's always difficult, no matter who we are, even when we communicate clearly, for people to take time out of their lives to be engaged in municipal issues. It's closest to us, but it's also complex. It's also a lot, because there's many decisions made at the municipal level, and people are tired after election, at various levels, and trying to feel meaning and see themselves in this work. So I think being clear is important in providing that meaning, but I think we have to be honest about what municipal engagement looks like, no matter how clear the message is.
Thank you, Councillor Crutch. And for our McMaster students, there's a municipal election next October. Keep that in mind. Do I have any more first-time speakers, please? Councillor Pauls for a second time, please.
Thank you. I want to echo Councillor Cooper, but I want to tell you something. You know what I'm hearing? Even if we come out, even if we oppose it, it's a done deal. You know, and that's the issue. And I remember, I don't know, when we said that we could have a triplex anywhere in the city, in our community, I remember people saying, this is a war-town home. All of these, and now we're going to have somebody put a triplex, and it changes the landscape of the area. And because of intensification, that's what we're doing. So that is the problem. The problem is not the people don't want to be engaged. They say, are we being heard? Yes, they've been heard, but that's the policy. That's the policy we have done.
Thank you, Councillor Pauls,
So
yes.
that's what I'm saying. It's not
Yeah.
just that they don't want to be engaged. It's that really, do they matter?
Okay.
And that's the difference.
I appreciate your opinion on this. I just want to make sure that we're getting back to, Jennifer's been standing there for a really long time, so I really appreciate that she's been standing there. And now that we have no more speakers, we can ask, you can probably rest your feet now, Jennifer. Okay, excellent. So at this time, I do need a mover and a seconder to receive the staff presentation. Councillor Taddison, Councillor Kassar. This is a hand vote, so may I have your vote, please? Looks like everyone, that carries. At this time, are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? Are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? And for a third time, are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? No, no, no? Oh, okay. Thought maybe the McMaster students might want to be like, yeah, let's talk about low-density residential. That'd be awesome. Okay. All right, seeing as there are no takers, may I please have a mover and a seconder that one, that the public submissions were received and considered by committee, and two, that the public meeting is closed. Councillor McMeekin, Councillor Kassar, this is an e-scribe vote, so may I have your vote electronically, please? Vote is up. That carries 11-0. So now at this time, may I have a mover and a seconder to approve the report recommendations, please? Councillor Kassar and Councillor Maureen Wilson. Any other questions, comments, concerns about this particular report? And again, Councillor Kassar was very clear, helping us get that clarity, which is really just naming and making sure it's administrative, but it did open up a really great amount of conversation, definitely. Thank you. Seeing none, may I have your vote electronically, please? Vote is up. Vote carries 11-0. So at this time, it is 12:31. I think it's a good time to take a lunch break. So let's come back for 1:02. Councillor Kassar and Councillor Taddison, hand vote please. Yes, 1:02. See you guys back here at 1:02. Thank you. Thank you to both Councilors Francis and Alex Wilson for being online and exactly at 1:02. So thank you guys so much for being here. Let's go on to 9.1. This is PED 25269, the appointment bylaw under Building Code Act. I had to double check with CBO Rob Lawley. I was like, have we been calling you CBO this whole time and you're not really the as it turns out, that's not the case. So CBO Rob Lawley, what are we talking about here with this one?
Thank you, Chair. Rob Lally, Director and Chief Building Official. This is just our annual report that we bring forward. And what we're actually doing in this report is removing George Catano, who was the Deputy Chief Building Official. He retired earlier this year. And this report just lines up with that.
Thank you so much. At this time, may I have a mover and a seconder to approve the recommendations? Councillor Kassar, Councillor Beatty. I think we're covered on this one, unless you guys have any questions. We do have Bob Nuttall and Joyanne Beckett as also the deputies, so it's pretty awesome. Okay. Can I, seeing as there's no more speakers, may I have your vote electronically, please? Vote is up. Vote carries 8-0. Thank you. We are on to 9.2, and I think that this is going to be interesting. We also still have some of our delegates that are still here to listen in on this conversation. This is PED 25248, Comprehensive Neighborhood Plans Review. Dimitri Karina is here to, I think we should see this presentation. So, Councillor Crutch, that. No, I think we should see this presentation. Come on down, Dimitri. We're just getting our tech set up. Still working on getting our tech set up. Okay. There, oh, now I got to sign into Office. Oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah. Anytime you're ready.
Just making sure my mic is on. Thank you, Chair, members of Planning Committee, and members of the public in attendance. My name is Dimitri Karina, and I'm a planner, one with Sustainable Communities section. It's not letting me switch my slides. Sorry about that. Today I'll be presenting staff report PED 25248 on the Comprehensive Neighborhood Plans Review process. First, what is a neighborhood plan? A neighborhood plan is a neighborhood scale land use plan which does not form part of the Urban Hamilton official plan but must be referred to when evaluating development applications. Neighborhood plans can be implemented through the official plan, including secondary plans, or through zoning bylaws and through other strategies and initiatives. There are currently 90 council-approved neighborhood plans in effect in the city, having been created from the 1960s to the 1990s. Many of the plans were created when the corresponding neighborhoods were still greenfield areas and helped to direct the form of new development, responding to the planning philosophy of that time. Since many of these neighborhoods are now built out, some plans no longer provide a benefit to the neighborhood in terms of guiding changes, while others no longer meet the citywide goals, such as providing a greater range of housing options and options for mixed uses. From 2007 to 2024, there have been 127 amendments made to neighborhood plans. Most of these amendments have been for individual land use changes related to higher densities or to convert land uses. Neighborhood plans are generally amended in conjunction with an application for a change in zoning. However, if there is no zoning application, a fee of $2,790 applies for a standalone neighborhood plan change. Since the approval of the new low-density residential zones under zoning bylaw 05200, the current land use permissions in neighborhood plans are more restrictive than what is allowed in the zoning bylaw and the Urban Hamilton official plan. Of the 90 neighborhood plans, 69 are within the former city of Hamilton, 19 are within the former city of Stony Creek, and 2 are within the former town of Dundas. In Stony Creek, there are also 2 neighborhood plans which do not have formal council approval, the Lakeshore and the Winona South neighborhood plans, which are shown on the map in pink. The West Harbor, Downtown Hamilton, and Centennial neighborhood secondary plans repealed neighborhood plans that were within their boundaries as part of their approval. However, other secondary plans have not repealed neighborhood plans, so overlapping areas exist. So a bit of decision background. On August 3rd, 2022, planning staff received direction from council to expand the permitted uses within low-density residential zones to allow for small-scale intensification opportunities. This included direction for a general text amendment to be added to all neighborhood plans to add semi-detached dwellings and street townhouse dwellings as permitted uses, and to allow for the conversion of single detached dwelling and duplex dwellings to all low-density residential permissions. On February 23rd, 2024, report PED 22154A was presented to Planning Committee, which finalized the recommendations and subsequent official plan amendments needed to implement the new low-density residential zones. Recommendation E of that report directed staff to amend applicable neighborhood plans to reflect the recommendations of that report. Today, staff have developed preliminary criteria for evaluating neighborhood plans and are now recommending public consultation to finalize these criteria for the neighborhood plans review. The changes introduced by the new low-density residential zones under zoning bylaw 05200 require substantial updates to neighborhood plans. However, a comprehensive review of neighborhood plans has not been previously undertaken. In addition to making changes to implement the low-density residential zones, a broader review of the guidance provided by neighborhood plans is needed to ensure that the directions they provide are still relevant and that in the neighborhood plans are in alignment with current policy directions in the city's official plan, as well as other approved master plans and strategies. The purpose of the neighborhood plans review is to assess all of the city's neighborhood plans using a set of planning criteria to determine which plans should be retained and which can be repealed to streamline the planning review process. Any plans that are retained would then need to be updated to ensure alignment with current zoning and policy direction. Oh, did I mess up my slides here? Yeah, okay, so staff have developed preliminary review criteria which were circulated to various departments and the city's internal technical advisory committee for input. Criteria 1, historical context of neighborhood plans, looks at the age of neighborhood plans, whether there are greenfield sites present in a neighborhood plan area, and the amount of amendments that have been made over the years. The second and third criteria look at whether neighborhood plans conflict with official plan and secondary plan policies and whether there is sufficient land use guidance for the neighborhood already within the Urban Hamilton official plan. The fourth criteria looks on whether there is a planned road network and if a neighborhood plan may be required to help secure future right-of-ways and road allowances. The fifth criteria looks at other special characteristics which may be present in a given neighborhood plan area. The inputs for this criteria are listed on the slide and include considerations for other city initiatives, guidelines, master plans, and strategies. So for next steps, following the proposed public engagement, staff will report back to Planning Committee with the final criteria as well as with the results of a preliminary review of the neighborhood plans against the criteria with preliminary recommendations for neighborhood plans to be repealed and retained. So in terms of the report today, staff recommend that 1, the Planning Division staff be directed to consult with community partners and the public on the draft criteria for evaluating existing neighborhood plans attached as Appendix A to Report PED 25248, which will be used to inform recommendations for which neighborhood plans should be maintained and updated to implement changes approved through the Low Density Residential Zones Project, and to inform which neighborhood plans should be repealed. And the recommendation 2, that Planning Division staff be directed to report back to Planning Committee with the results of the consultation, the final criteria for evaluating existing neighborhood plans, and the results of a preliminary review of the neighborhood plans against the criteria. That concludes my presentation, and thank you for listening. I'll take questions now.
Thank you, Dimitri. Questions on the presentation, please. Councillor McMeekin.
Are we going to have a discussion of the presentation? So I don't have a question. I want to enter the discussion phase.
Okay, so at this point, we're doing questions of the presenter because Dimitri's standing up there. So any questions of the presenter? Councilor Cooper.
He gave a great presentation, and I'll have some comments about it when it comes to time.
Okay, perfect. Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Chair. Further to my comments just before we broke for lunch around communication, and I'll get to my questions, a little latitude. So I know as Councillor Crutch mentioned about, we have low engagement in our elections, 20, 40%, depending what levels. But when I went around and knocked on over 10,000 doors, I met everybody. I'm like, hey, vote for me, don't vote for me, don't vote. And I found the people that weren't voting found we weren't listening. They felt it was a waste of time to get engaged with City Hall because people weren't listening. I thought, well, you know what? Communication is about messages sent, message received, message heard, message understood. So this is breaking down. And so when I went through and I looked at this here, what you presented, I thought it was a great presentation, by the way. I'm just looking for it right now. We were talking about this, oh, here it is here. Just from the report, it says, we're going to use a consult level of engagement, and then goes on to further reference digital engagement strategy. Now, many times we use buzzwords here called generational, equity, okay? So when I think about digital strategy, there's a generational equity issue here because there is a group of our population that is fully engaged, and there's another group that is not engaged at all. So I'd like to hear from you, or maybe staff or whoever is the right person, around what our engagement approach is on this. How are we engaging people? How are we having this conversation around how we're impacting neighborhoods, getting their feedback, and making sure that we're not missing certain generational components of our community. So that's what I'm interested in today.
Thank you. So through the chair, if Planning Committee approves the recommendation of the staff report, work would begin on working with the Public Engagements Office to create an engagement strategy. The reference to a digital engagement strategy in the report would be one component of that strategy, so we would have full intention to also have in-person consultation opportunities with the public. So it wouldn't be an either or, it would be a both, actually.
Thank you. Because I'll say this, in order for me to support this, which right now I won't, I need to understand the communication strategy.
So we can definitely get to that in the report part, because then that's when you can dig a little bit deeper. Chair. We're just asking Dimitri on his presentation.
Yeah, so I was just using that to really say, you know what, if there's more to this presentation we can get to later with staff, then that's where we'll do it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
exactly.
Thank you.
It's going to go into the next
Thank
section. Councillor Beatty on the presentation, please.
Mine's going to be to the report, I think.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other speakers? I mean, Dimitri's only been standing up there for 10 minutes, so, okay, all right. Thank you very much. At this time, I need a mover and a seconder to receive the presentation, please. Councillor McMeekin and Councillor Taddison. This is a hand vote, so may I have your vote, please? That's everyone, so that carries. Okay. I also need so following my roadmap, I have to ask for a mover and a seconder to receive the written submissions and approve the recommendations in the report. But what I understand is that Councillor Crutch would like to move an alternative. So Councillor Crutch, please.
Yeah, so I'm happy to move a motion to receive the submissions and move alternative 3.
Okay. Do you have a seconder? I need a seconder for that one. Councillor Maureen Wilson. Okay, so now we are going on to discussions. So I think Councillor Crutch first to speak, and then Councillor McMeekin, followed by Councillor Cooper, and then Councillor Beatty. Tammy, did you catch all of that? No. Councillor Crutch, McMeekin, Cooper, and then Beatty. Okay, Councillor Crutch first, please.
Do we have to let our presenters sit down first?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're done. Thank you, Dimitri. You were excellent. Okay, Councillor Crutch, please.
Thanks very much. And so I know an alternative 3 is suggesting that we repeal neighborhood plans. And I'll explain to you why I think we should do this. What I understand is that neighborhood plans don't have any more force and effect than secondary plans, and certainly not more than our official plan. In places like the downtown, where I think the genesis for neighborhood plans started in some ways, back in 1972 with the Durand Neighborhood Association and others, those have now been largely repealed in favor of the downtown secondary plan. And so neighborhood plans seem like an awful lot of work when staff maybe should be addressing issues in neighborhoods through secondary plans. So this may be an opportunity instead for councillors to work with staff to identify areas around the city where they think there needs to be more attention at the neighborhood level, and then develop secondary plans around that, rather than have staff go ahead to do engagement here around something, frankly, that when residents start asking questions about what neighborhood plans' effectiveness are, it's all going to fall at the bottom. I don't want residents to feel like we're doing something that's not going to have any effectiveness to it. And if we really wanted to engage in this exercise in a way that was meaningful, that could really produce amazing results for neighborhoods, we'd have to go much, much farther than we're proposing, right? If I talk to neighborhoods about the plans they want to see, a lot of the stuff they want to see really doesn't fall into the Planning Act. It's way outside the Planning Act. I think of an example in Corktown where people say, I'd love to have a grocery store here, right? Can we plan a grocery store in this condominium development that's happening in Corktown? The answer is no, actually, we can't force that to happen. A councillor in Toronto tried to do so and found out that it didn't really work to be enforceable. It ended up happening by luck, but it's not enforceable through the Planning Act. So the kinds of things people really want to get out of these plans are going to be told, they're going to be told, sorry, we can't do this as a planning instrument. I think that sets people up for frustration. It sets the whole process up for not being successful. And as delegates said today, when you look at some of these neighborhood plans, and I've seen a few of them, largely it's just a kind of strange map. And the strange map is outdated. And so are we going to be having staff do tons and tons of work to recapitulate all these processes, to come up with neighborhood plans, only at the end of the day to say, well, we ought to have a secondary plan here to do the planning activities. So for me, I don't think it makes sense for us to spend an inordinate amount of time doing this work when we now have better planning instruments, we have better protections in the Heritage Act, and those things exist and staff use them all the time. So I think this is an opportunity for us to reflect as a council on, okay, are there areas we're concerned about? Let's see if secondary plan work should be done there or other tools that we have can be used, because I think this plan is unfortunately run its course.
Thank you. My speakers list is Councillor McMeekin, Cooper, Beatty, Kassar, and Alex Wilson. So Councillor McMeekin, please.
Thanks, Chair. This is why I indicated I wanted to speak, because I'm opposed to what the councillors are recommending. It may be inconvenient to consult. It may not be in keeping with the times or the history. It's one thing to lament, as the previous speaker did, the historic lack of engagement. The best way to lament that, of course, would be to eliminate it entirely. And I don't think that makes a lot of sense. So the recommendations that came forward, 1 and 2, I could live with. I think that speaks appropriately and eloquently to the challenges before us. But it's about trust. You know, I don't want to assume that, notwithstanding the fact that they may be old and outdated plans, that they're not, by definition, worthy of an examination, an enhancement, and opportunities for citizens to participate. The Mayor's Commission on Trust and Transparency indicated only 14% of Hamiltonians trusted the Horseshoe. I'm one of hopefully 15 others who want to change that and want to give people something to believe in. And so I understand that things are changing. I understand the importance of official plans. Historically, official plans were always important. Secondary plans are always important, and I'm a big fan of the secondary planning process, but not at the expense of eliminating, trampling on history and on potential citizen engagement, which we would be doing by simply deciding that the neighborhood plans should be jettisoned. I don't believe that's the way to go. Thanks.
Thank you. Up now is Councillor Beatty, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you.
Sorry, Councillor Cooper.
Then
Sorry.
I give it back.
Okay, sorry, Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Chair. Similar to Councillor McMeekin, I'll be voting against this as well. And Councillor McMeekin's right. People don't trust us. And we've eroded that trust, I think largely because how we operate. I come back to this. There's nothing wrong with communication. Our neighborhoods want to be heard. We don't hear them. I think we need robust communication strategies and plans that we need to bake into this. What I've seen here, there's no way I could endorse this. This doesn't make me feel comfortable. I trust my neighborhoods. I've talked to pretty much everyone in my neighborhood. I know where they are in this, but I want them to come out and I want everybody else to hear what they have to say, especially the people who are going to be responsible for this. Why should we fear our neighborhoods? Why should we fear feedback unless we think this isn't going to be passed? So let's open it up. Let's hear what people have to say. And also, you'll find too, if you listen to enough people, whatever idea you have can only get better, okay? And I think we need to pause and do this right. I think whatever trust, whatever reason we've eroded the trust, this is our chance to start building that trust back. So yes, and so Councillor McMeekin is just agreeing with me. And so so that's where, as I said, I'll be voting against this, and I would just encourage that we would, staff, that we would revisit this if this gets voted down, and we do that robust communication we need to with our neighborhoods. So thank you, Chair.
So we are definitely talking about an alternative 3 right now. So we are debating on alternative 3, just so that everyone's clear. But I did know, and I know that, Councillor Cooper, you also had questions about what was the actual engagement going to look like. I don't know if you want to ask that question, because that might help with also understanding alternative 3, but that's,
Well,
yeah.
because we moved to alternative 3 and we changed our original objective, I'm just trying to move with your direction, Chair.
Yes.
So I thought alternative 3 sounds, pretty nuclear. We're just going to repeal it and move on and not really listen to what people have to say. So that's where I was like, if we were going to go back and look at the other alternatives, I think that's where the communication strategy was coming in.
Okay.
I didn't think we were going to go to the neighborhoods and say, so what do you think of the fact that we're just going to repeal it and we're just going to not listen to you? That's how I interpreted option 3. Now, maybe option 3 is a little more nuanced, and we're just going to say, okay, we're going to repeal it, but let's talk to you about a decision that we've already made, and you really got no input on it. We're already heading down that path. So I'll take your direction on this, is like, if we're doing 3, and 3 sounds like the zero communication method, then there's no sense wasting staff's time on that question. So
Okay,
wherever
thank
your
you.
direction leads. Thank you.
That's perfect. Thank you so much. Councillor Cooper, up now.
May I? This is Arvind.
Oh, okay. Yes,
Sorry,
GM.
sorry about that. Didn't mean to spook you. It's Arvind Prasad, General Manager of Planning Economic Development. May I suggest an option 4? And that option 4 could be that this item be deferred and brought back to committee with a proper, robust communications plan. And then that'll give you the opportunity to properly look at this in the perspective of solid communications and make a decision.
Okay. Thank you for putting an option 4 on the table here, GM Prasad, but at this time, we're still talking about alternative 3. So we'll continue down the speakers list for alternative 3. So Councillor Beatty, please.
Thank you, Chair. We're sure?
Yes.
We're good? Okay.
Yes. Yes.
I'm just kidding. So generally supportive of moving towards the greater use of secondary plans as a planning instrument. And it's kind of timely because having some conversations with a particular, there's a preamble and then a question.
Okay.
Having a conversation with a particular neighborhood in my community, and this is very timely. If you want to follow along, Appendix B is the map that was shown. There's 2 pink areas shown in Stony Creek. One of them is Winona South, but there's a lot of overlap from the Fruitland-Winona secondary plan, so it's irrelevant. So I see that there's no real value in that neighborhood plan because there's a secondary plan superimposed over top of it. When we go down to the other pink area is the Lakeshore neighborhood, which was an unapproved, unadopted neighborhood plan, never came to fruition. And this has become, I would say, a cautionary tale on how not to do things. Because what we've ended up in that community, without a cohesive plan, it's hodgepodge development, it's a dog's breakfast of built forms. There's no connectivity, there's no services, there's no commerce. It's really turned that community upside down because there's no cohesive vision on what is supposed to take place there. And I compare and contrast that to the Fruitland-Winona plan, which has all of that built into it. It's a very clear roadmap on how to build a complete and connected community from Fruitland Road to 50 Road. So I'm trying to understand which of the options, knowing that the Lakeshore in particular, but I'd add Trillium and I can't remember the other one, sorry. Apologies to Bayview. Trillium, Bayview, and Lakeshore, these are all future potential redevelopment areas. And I would very much like to see it move into the phase of a secondary plan to govern redevelopment on this area, to offer a cohesive roadmap so we don't continue to have hodgepodge, ad hoc, one-of-a-kind, whack-a-mole development. But I don't know which of these options gets me closer to that. And I'm not convinced that fully repealing all neighborhood plans, particularly because I'm dealing with a neighborhood plan that was never officially adopted in the first place, I don't know that that gets me there. I'm also not sure that the staff recommendation gets me there. So my question, and it's very specific to one of the communities that I serve, to the bench, if I'm trying to come back to the community with a more cohesive plan and say, I am publicly supporting that we move in this direction, which option or what option, in your opinion, is going to lead towards the creation of a secondary plan, including the Lakeshore, Bayview, and Trillium neighborhood plans as a cohesive unit?
I think Director Fayback is going to have to take this question.
Through the chair. Sorry, I'm just thinking because I'm trying to weave in Bill 60, and I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with what Bill 60 says or intends or what it could say. And part of what the province is consulting on is official plan documents. And one of the questions they're asking is, should secondary plans be permitted or not? So I think I'm just kind of prefacing out there that we are waiting for legislative changes, not knowing the direction that the province is going to go when it comes to official plans. So in terms of your specific neighborhood, I mean, I think we have had a conversation about that and looking at where there are opportunity sites within that neighborhood for redevelopment. Most of the neighborhood is pretty built out. There may be some sites that could potentially be redeveloped. And right now, they would be guided by the official plan policies, whether it's the neighborhood's policies, which direct where low, medium, and high density could go. So there is a bit of a vision established, but it's certainly not to the level of detail that you would find in a secondary plan or a neighborhood plan, which is essentially a tertiary plan, right? Just a smaller, more focused plan. So in terms of that neighborhood, I'm not sure if a secondary plan would be warranted. That would have to look, and I think we would have to look at how that neighborhood could benefit from a secondary plan and what changes would come about from that secondary plan. If it's more about communicating in terms of what's currently permitted, that could be better explained, you know, through what our neighborhood's policies are and where different intensification is directed. So I'm not sure if that answers specifically your question, secondary plans are generally used when you're looking at areas of change, right? It's not to solidify currently what exists, it's to look at what are opportunities for intensification or change, what does the neighborhood need in terms of uses that maybe aren't currently permitted or exist, and how that neighborhood could then sort of transition through policy.
Okay. It makes me, so to bring it back into the concept of the third alternative, which is now on the floor for conversation, I don't necessarily see anything in that alternative that moves the direction that I'm seeking closer to the adoption of any guiding document. In fact, it would remove 2 out of the 3 in that area, one, of course, being never officially adopted. So I guess as it stands right now, I wouldn't be able to support the alternative on the floor, but I do look forward to continued conversation about how to put some guiding plan, some cohesive vision for this particular part of the community that I represent out there, because I can tell you, having no plan and just having wild, wild west development, redevelopment, that's not the way to go.
Thank you. Up now is Councillor Kassar, then followed by Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thanks, Chair. I have a few questions. I'm prompted by the excellent delegation we saw earlier today. So what value do neighborhood plans provide beyond we have updated residential zoning and secondary plans that have been talked about and an official plan? So what value do they provide in 2025 in order to help us build the city of Hamilton?
Through the chair, I'm going to use a couple of specific examples to sort of help explain how they still have value. And I think Dimitri touched on it in his presentation in terms of a lot of the neighborhood plans were developed when those areas were greenfield. So what those neighborhood plans demonstrated was land use, but it went beyond that and it looked at the road network. So there are still some neighborhoods, when you look at the mountain in particular, that are not fully built out. So you look at the Sheldon neighborhood, Eleanor neighborhood, and I think Rickman's, thank you. That was actually the other one I was thinking of, Rickman's neighborhood. They're not fully built out. Some of them don't even have draft plan of subdivisions. So what those neighborhood plans do is identify how those neighborhoods were designed and intended to function when you look at connectivity, whether it's, so it would be vehicular and pedestrian. So there is, those neighborhood plans help the community and help city staff as well understand how that neighborhood was supposed to be built out. So when there is a draft plan of subdivision, we refer to that plan to look at where's the road pattern. How were these 2 stubs of roads intended to connect? Were they intended to be separate? It does provide guidance. I do say less on the land use side because we've done so much work with the new official plan and a lot of the reimagining neighborhoods work that's been done over the last couple of years. So there is still value in some of the neighborhood plans. I will say that for those that are built out, there may be less value, but that's really what this process was intended to flesh out.
Chair, Director mentioned around transportation, I think, and connectivity. So how would then, or why would not transportation master plan or active transportation master plan fill in those gaps that were highlighted? Just looking for clarity on that.
There's a little bit of conference on the bench right now. Director
Through the
Fabak,
chair to the
please.
councillor, just a really high-level comment. When you're looking at the transportation master plan, they may not get into the local road level of detail. So we're talking, you know, roads that are not collectors, not arterials, but are just the local roads that carry traffic and pedestrians and other modes of transit to those collector roads, which then lead you to the arterial. So it wouldn't get to that level of detail. So we, from a planning perspective, rely on the neighborhood plans and official plan policies when we need to take road widenings, because we have to have it documented in our official plan. So for us to be able to, through a plan of subdivision, require a road dedication or widening, it has to be identified in our official plan, so there has to be some documentation of that.
Okay. Are we aware of any other municipalities that possess or maintain and actively use neighborhood plans?
Dimitri, please.
Yeah, through the chair. So thank you. Most municipalities do not use neighborhood plans similar to Hamilton, but there are some other tertiary plans that some municipalities use, like in Richmond Hill, there are concept plans. In Brampton, there are precinct plans. They're used differently than the way that we use them, but they are still tertiary block-specific land use plans. And some municipalities also use neighborhood plans as an implementation tool to help coordinate and guide capital improvements, such as the City of Toronto. But that's more on the outside of the land use side of things. Yeah.
We heard in the delegation this morning, as I understand it, that the neighborhood plans are not enforceable under the provincial legislation. So in the environment we're in today in 2025, where there are appeals and there's less, I guess, decision-making power for municipalities, does that have any effect on the power of neighborhood plans and on the ability of the city to implement them?
Director?
Through the chair to the councillor, as we've indicated, they don't form part of the official plan, but there are policies contained within the official plan that speak to the neighborhood plans and how they're used, and that they are to be used when evaluating a development application. So I've already used previously the example of how we use them for a plan of subdivision. We would also use them for a consent application. Again, looking at, do we need a right-of-way dedication? You know, what was the intended vision of that road pattern? Because often we see applications that don't take that into consideration, and we have to make sure that we're not impacting other adjacent landowners in terms of their development rights as well, under how that neighborhood plan envisioned that neighborhood to be developed.
Okay, then, if alternative 3 was supported by planning and then council, what impact or risks or, you know, how would that impact the work that planning staff or other staff are doing? And then if there's an impact, how would you compensate for it?
Just some chatter on the bench right now. Just some conferencing on the bench. Oh, Director, please.
So in the conversation we were just having is, I think there's recognition that there are some neighborhood plans that maybe don't have value. The neighborhood is built out, as I indicated previously. I think what we would, if that's the alternative that is moved, I think I'd like there to be an opportunity for staff to maybe identify the ones that we do need to kind of take a deeper look at. And if the direction is to repeal them, how do we ensure that that road pattern that I talked about, how does that get translated into official plan policy to make sure that that vision isn't lost? And so when there are development applications coming forward, that staff have a reference to review and to evaluate a proposal against.
Okay, that makes sense. So just one last question, just a matter of staff time and all the work that needs to be done. And certainly we hear a lot about official plan and secondary plans, and this is a tertiary neighborhood plan. Just a question around effective use of staff's time. Is there a lot of value to go through a process knowing that there's a lot of plans that aren't worthwhile when there's work on secondary plans and other policy changes that are thrown at us quite regularly from the province? Just where would this rank on the value added for staff investment of time?
Director, please.
Through the chair, I do think there is still value in reviewing these documents, as we've just talked about. I think, like we said, we recognize that there are some that maybe we don't need to continue, but there are some that for parts of the city that haven't been fully developed still hold value. So I think there is a need to update them, and that was identified a couple of years ago when staff had started to bring forward the Reimagining Neighborhoods project, that there was a bit of a disconnect. So I do think there is some value in reviewing these neighborhood plans and making a decision as to whether or not we need to continue with them. Or is there other ways that we can ensure that that vision is carried forward?
Thank you. Up now is Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, if I could just start by asking a couple very general questions just about the project. So as was just discussed, this is embedded in the residential zones initiative. My understanding is what's happened at a very high level is in February of 2024, we adopted this piece of the residential zones after it had gone through public consultation and feedback. And part of that direction was to embed that policy, that language, that decision in the supporting or the sub plans that kind of feed up into that. So the decision was made in February 2024. That's the actual point of public consultation, point of engagement. We're now in the implementation of that decision. Just going to pause there. Is that a correct kind of overview of this report, as we're responding to that direction of how do we implement that February 2024 direction?
Melanie, please.
Hi, through the chair, Melanie Pham, Community Planning Program Lead with the Sustainable Communities section. That is correct, but I would also add, so the report is noting that we did receive previous direction, but it was limited to the changes that would be needed to reflect the low-density residential zones. So really what the report is identifying is that there's broader changes that are needed and more of a comprehensive look that's needed in addition to those changes.
Thank you. Yeah, so skipping ahead a couple of steps, we just had the secondary plan report back. This is the 90 neighborhood plans, the tertiary level report back. And the conversation is, hey, in looking at how to embed that direction, we've also just want to flag that these 90 plans have limited legislative value, aren't necessarily being used regularly, with some notable and worthy exceptions, and aren't legislatively binding. And so is it worth updating all 90 plans with that previous direction, or is there something else worth doing? And should we talk to the public about how to evaluate that? And so is there, in Appendix A, it talks about the evaluation criteria, and that's the piece, my understanding is the report's proposing we talk to the public about is what's in that table. Is not what can be in that table defined by provincial legislation in the Planning Act. That's the bit where, not specific to should we repeal the plans, but I'm just trying to get a sense of what we're actually asking the public to weigh in on in the original report proposal. Was it just whether or not Appendix A was the right checklist?
Through the chair, essentially, yes, we wanted to ask, are there maybe other important questions that we're missing from this list that we haven't considered? So that, and I think a big piece of our plan for talking to the neighborhoods would be on the engagement side, on the education side as well, to really help them understand, the history of these plans, how they came to be, how we use them, and how those plans are reflected in the other initiatives that the city has. So a big part of that would just be helping the public understand what they're for and how we use them, how they exist, how they came to be, and then sort of explaining this criteria as well of is there other things that we need to consider that people think are important in terms of maintaining the vision for their neighborhoods.
Thank you. And through you, Chair, I guess my question is the list. Is there is there something that's not on this list that it's legally available to add? I just want to go back to that point about setting people's expectations. So I want to really echo the comments of Councillor Beattie that I think there's great value in engaging our residents in how our communities are growing and what the existing plans are. I want to be really careful that we're pulling out quarter-century-old plans from subsets of neighborhoods and not trying to base a conversation about how our communities are growing based on these plans necessarily and this step in the process. If our goal is to talk to people about the broader changes to planning, to me, that's its standalone engagement. And so I'm just trying to understand, like, what is the feedback a resident might say hypothetically that would make a change to this proposal? Like, what is something we might hear that would get added to that list within the limits of provincial legislation?
Through the chair, so I think I might point to the letter that the West End Home Builders Association had submitted, which did have a suggestion about, you know, does the plan help with building more housing in a neighborhood with our goals in that respect. So I think there are maybe other questions that we could add to this list that we would be considering in terms of the importance. And I think some of the feedback would be, you know, with these questions, how should we be applying them as well? So, for example, if there's a secondary plan for an area, does that mean that the plan is automatically should be repealed? Other factors are more nuanced with, you know, different special considerations for an area. Is there a different way that we can deal with it rather than a neighborhood plan? Or is the neighborhood plan the best tool to recognize those things? Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, just one last question, if I may. So I really struggle to understand some of the value in this, just given that it's not possible to locate all 90 of these plans. So some of them aren't publicly accessible on the internet that I'm able to find, at least. And so I know that staff may be using them in a review, but if they're not a public document and they haven't been kind of daylighted for quite some time, like, so I think we all maybe have different histories with these plans across the city because they have differential uses, is what I'm hearing. So just asking that in any future consideration of this, if those plans could actually be provided in an appendix, I think it's helpful to understand what we're talking about as we're talking about them, and that might help clarify some of these pieces. I know for the 2 to 5 that are in the Dundas area, if you're kind of looking for the Creighton West, Creighton East plan, that's not an easy thing to pull up.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Morgan-Wilson, please.
Thank you. I appreciate the discussion so far. I agreed to support Councillor Crutch's move of the alternative just for a few reasons. If I've heard the responses thus far, is the neighborhood plans don't really serve to inform land use planning that much, but they can be used to inform and engage on planning. Respectfully, I have been trying to promote the idea that the city of Hamilton, further to my colleague across the way, has an obligation to educate residents on something that the city of Ottawa does, which is called Planning 101, in that we shift some of the ownership and the knowledge from a professional base to a resident base. And what are plans, what's going on with the province. They do online tutorials, they do it on the weekend. To me, it seems like a fabulous idea, and I think in and of itself, that builds legitimacy. And again, my thought has always been people may not like the outcome, but if they see the legitimacy of the outcome, I think that goes a long way. The point has been made about some of these plans are pretty old and antiquated. And my engagement with some planners across the city who are trying to do really good, inclusive, small intensification is that they can be a barrier. So I think we could move in a direction where, yes, we educate, we engage, we get feedback, but if we want to upset trust and confidence, it's by putting in place plans that have no credibility on land use matters, because we're just setting people up for an expectation that legislatively we can't deliver. So thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any more first-time speakers before I go on to second-time speakers? Okay, second-time speaker, Councillor McMeekin, please.
Thanks, Chair. I want to be crystal clear. I don't support option 3. I do support option 1 and 2 and the work that the staff has done. if the staff in their infinite wisdom, and I heard our general manager talk to that, feels that there might be some value to taking some additional time. We've heard enough anecdotal comment about some of the nuances that need to be considered potentially. And if somebody wants to move the amendment that was suggested, I would support that, but I'm not going to support 3. I do support 1 and 2, which is the original recommendation, because it encompasses the public participation that I'm craving to see happen. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Councillor Crutch first, and then Councillor Cooper for both our second time speak. Councillor Crutch, please.
Hi, yeah, thanks. I want to clarify. I realize sometimes I move quickly and don't always explain everything I'm thinking, and that leads to sometimes confusion or thoughts about why I'm proposing something or not. I want to be really crystal clear. As a person who does an extraordinary amount of engagement, especially in the neighborhoods, where there's the most neighborhood associations and community associations in the whole city in Ward 2, I would never suggest we shouldn't do this work of engaging with neighborhoods. But what I understand from these plans and from what we've heard today is there's no engagement that's ever happened really lately about any of this. It's not like we're taking something away from a community. They don't have it in the first place. I don't know a single person who could find their neighborhood plan, not one. So I don't think we're talking about documents that have a real impact on people's lived experience in their neighborhoods. And I think that's really, really important. So it doesn't mean that this is going to destroy neighborhoods or have an impact on neighborhoods. I hear what staff are saying too, right? Like, these are important resources. But whether we officially repeal them or not, they still exist as resources. You can still look at them, you can still refer to them, you can still say, in the old neighborhood plan that existed, this is what it said, and so we're taking that into consideration. Nothing stops staff from doing that. So I understand that point also. The reason I'm suggesting repealing them is because what I heard from staff, what I've heard from delegates, what I understand myself about the planning process is that these don't have an effect necessarily, a strong effect on the outcome. They're not subject to the same kinds of rules that secondary plans and official plans are. And I think actually, to Councillor McMeekin's point, it actually undermines public trust by telling neighborhoods, hey guys, come out and discuss this neighborhood plan. It doesn't have any standing that is allowing them to do anything. It undermines trust as far as I'm concerned. So I think that's an important reason why I put it here, because I don't want to undermine trust. I don't want people in the neighborhood to say to me, hey, we're having this amazing engagement on neighborhood plan. We put all these things into it. It's going to happen. Because it doesn't matter what staff say. That's what people are going to understand this to mean. They're going to understand it to mean it's a plan about their neighborhood and that they're going to have a say in how their neighborhood is planned through this instrument. And the answer to that is no, not really. You know, there's all the other things that are here, like secondary plans and official plans, are going to supersede that. In fact, in the downtown secondary plan came into effect in 2017 or 18, can't remember exactly what it was. All of 4 North End neighborhood, Beasley, and Central neighborhood plans as part of that process were repealed, actually. We've done that twice more in other neighborhoods. So as we bring in these secondary plans, we actually repeal neighborhood plans because we recognize they have no authority. So that all being said, I'm just saying this to clarify. I'm not trying to convince anyone. This is not a hill I'm trying to die on. I just thought this made sense based on what we heard today. And I want to clarify my position so you understand what it is. So we're not confused about my dedication to engaging with neighborhoods. It's important. So I'm happy to withdraw my putting on of alternative 3 if somebody wants to defer so we can get more clarity and information from our staff. They've basically, as far as I understand, asked, based on the feedback today, to get a little more time to come back with this and maybe provide some more nuance so we can understand it better. So I don't want to stand in the way of that. And all I'd have to do that procedurally is withdraw my motion, and then any one of us, since no one's spoken on the main motion, could then move to defer. So I will do that. I will withdraw my motion and allow people to put a motion forward to defer. And we can have this discussion later. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Crutch. So at this time, we have removed that alternative 3 currently. So think of it as a blank slate right now. So we can have the conversation on the original recommendations today, but there has also been talk about a potential deferral. So Councillor Cooper, in order, just to educate you, anybody that's not spoken to the item can defer it. So if you are going to speak to the item, then you can't be the one to defer it. So I'm just letting you know that that's procedural. But up now, I do have Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Chair. I very much appreciate your overview. I'm not going to choose to defer it, although I do support a deferral, okay? I'll be crystal clear. I don't support this right now. The only option I will support is what you mentioned about deferral with what the general manager has mentioned. I need to see robust communication strategy and a plan now, okay? Because to me, this is an issue about neighborhoods, secondary plans, neighborhood plans. This is an issue about trust and communication. And we got to start doing these things right. It's not the shortest point between A and B. It's about how we do things. And we got to start doing it right. And so I will support a deferral. And so I will let you search for that deferral next. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cooper. Speakers list. Councillor Beatty, please.
Chair, at the appropriate time, I'd move the deferral motion, but at the appropriate time, if there's any other conversation, I'm not going to speak to it.
Okay, so Councillor Alex Wilson had also indicated, so no, yes, no? Do you want to talk about it?
Sorry, apologies, eScribe's getting me. I was going to do the same thing as Councillor Beatty, so I'll offer it a second, and I would just ask that the direction include an actual bringing in appendices with all these 90 plans in it, and that be included in the direction to defer.
All right, looks like the mover to defer. So currently we have a motion to defer, moved by Councillor Beatty, seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson, with additional directions to include the 90 NLP, like the neighborhood action plans. I am seeing nods from Director Fayback. I'm pretty sure it's a friendly amendment. Councillor Beatty, are you cool with that friendly amendment or not?
Can you restate the friendly amendment?
Just that these plans that we're talking about actually be provided in an appendix so we can all read them.
Yes, in addition, any information about the unapproved Lakeshore neighborhood plan.
And specifically, the unapproved Lakeshore plan. But remember, we're also, the original thing that GM Prasad had also offered was a fulsome communication plan. Yes, and that is also included. Okay, excellent. Any other questions on directions? So it's directions. Yes, Councillor Kassar,
Yeah, I
please.
think we need to attach some timing to that. So I would ask staff what proposed timing would be.
What does timing potentially look like? There's just a little conference on the bench right now, just to let everyone know.
Through the chair to the councillor, we could look to bring that back, including with a way to access all the neighborhood plans online as well in Q2 of 2026.
Okay, Q2 2026. That's going to be future planning chair that's going to be doing this. So I'm excited. Okay, cool. All right. Okay, clerk, please.
So I have that we're deferring the report to a future meeting in Q2 of 2026, and that the neighborhood plans and unapproved Lakeshore plan to be included in that report back as appendices.
Plus fulsome communication plan and access to the existing neighborhood action plans. Cool. Sorry, I missed that. Plan. Communication and engagement plan. I think strategy and plan. Fulsome communication, strategy, and plan.
Fulsome communication and engagement strategy and plan.
Cool. That's even better. Excellent. That sounds great. Committee, are we good with that language, or do you guys need that up on the screen at all? Is everybody cool with this? I feel like we all understand the assignment, so I feel like it's okay. It's been moved and seconded. I need an electronic vote, please. Vote is up. Vote carries 10-0. Thank you, committee. Let's move on to 9.3. This is HMHC 25-011, Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee minutes dated October 24th, 2025. May I have a mover and a seconder to receive the minutes and approve the recommendations therein? Councillor Kassar and Councillor McMeekin. Any discussion on 9.3? Okay, seeing none, I need your vote electronically, please. Votes up. Vote carries 10 to 0. Thank you. 9.4 is the outstanding business list. I have one item to be removed. At this time, may I please have a mover and a seconder to approve the changes on the outstanding business list, please? Councillor McMeekin and Councillor Kretsch. This is an e-scribe vote, so may I have your vote electronically, please? Vote is up. Vote carries 10 to 0. Thank you. 12.1 is the private and confidential closed session minutes. So may I please have a mover and a seconder to approve the minutes from October 21, 2025, the closed session minutes as presented, and that they remain confidential. Councillor McMeekin and Councillor Taddison. This is an e-scribe vote. Votes up. And that vote carries 10 to 0. Thank you. At this time, we do have 12.2 and 12.3. So does committee want to go into closed for this? Yes. May I have a mover and a seconder to move into closed session for items 12.2, 12.3 pursuant to sections 9.3, subsections E, F, and K of the city's procedural bylaw 21-021 as amended, and section 2392, subsections E, F, and K of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001 as amended, as the subject matter pertains to litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, and a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board. Mover and a seconder. Councillor Beattie, Councillor Cassar. This is an e-scribe vote, please. Votes up. I've been working on my lung capacity just to do that. Took me all year to get to that point. I know, carries 10 to 0, thank you. Members of the public, the meeting will continue following the closed session portion of the meeting when you see members of committee rejoining the meeting. Committee will wait up to 5 minutes upon reconvening an open session before proceeding to the meeting to provide members of the public and media time to return. Thank you, we're going into close now. Thank you. All right, and we are back. Thank you very much. We are now on to 12.2 LS 24001A, appeal of the bylaw number 24-052. The creation of a new section 5 parking and zoning bylaw 05200. May I please have a mover and a seconder to approve one, that the directions provided to staff in closed session respecting report LS 24001A be approved. 2, that closed session recommendations 1, 2 as amended, and 3 of the confidential report LS 24001A be approved and remain confidential until made public in the city's position before the Ontario Land Tribunal. And 3, that the balance of report LS 24001A remain confidential. Mover and a seconder, Councillor Cassar and Councillor Craig. This is an e-scribe vote, so may I have your vote, please? We're just waiting for e-scribe. Oh, okay. Votes up. It was Councillor Cassar and Councillor Maureen Wilson. Then I got a yes from Councillor Cooper and Councillor McMeekin. Oh, sorry, was that? Okay. And that carries 9-0, thank you. We're 12.3 now, LS 25018, appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal for lands located at 286 Lewis Road for official plan amendment. UHOPA 24-007, zoning bylaw amendment, ZAC 24-002, and the draft plan of subdivision application 25T 202402. May I please have a mover and a seconder to approve 1, that directions provided to staff in closed session respecting report LS 25018 be approved. 2, that closed session recommendations. I think you did, now that I'm looking at it. That's okay. So I'll say 2, that closed session recommendations 1 and 2 as amended of confidential report LS 25018 be approved and remain confidential until made public in the city position before the Ontario Land Tribunal. And 3, that the balance of report LS 25018 remain confidential. So Councillor Beattie and Councillor Taddison. This is an e-scribe vote, so may I have your vote electronically, please? Okay. Well, votes up right now. And that was a yes from Councillor McMeekin and Councillor Cooper. And that carries 9-0. Clerk Kelsey, I think we got to go back in time.
Yeah, I'm just going, to clarify that for item 12.2, that the vote we took, that I did make an error in saying that subsection 2 was as amended. That actually applied to 12.3. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Seeing as there are no other business, this meeting is adjourned at 2:50 on Friday afternoon. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, staff. Thank you, committee. Thank you, clerks. Thank you, thank you, thank you.